Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinion, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you. Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and one Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you.
make some opening remarks, and then we will take a few questions. Sir, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is wonderful to be in Johannesburg, and I thank the people and the government of South Africa.
Hold on. Try again.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, it is wonderful to be in Johannesburg, and I thank the people and government of South Africa for their warm welcome. The Rainbow Nation has been an inspiration to nations everywhere, navigating their own paths to reconciliation and unity. And today, South Africa is a powerful champion of the calls by the Global South for greater equality and justice in international affairs. Calls the world is hearing loud and clear, and also here at the 15th Brics Summit. My message to the leaders assembled here was clear. Our world is in dire straits. We face existential challenges, from the worsening climate emergency and escalating conflicts to the global cost of living crisis, soaring inequalities, and dramatic technological disruptions. So this is a time to come together and to work together. But instead, divisions are growing and tensions are rising. Several factors contribute to these divisions. Diverging perspectives on global crises, contrasting approaches to non-traditional security threats, different strategies towards new technologies, and of course, the consequences of COVID-19 and of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I remain deeply concerned over the risk of a fracturing of the global order. We are entering a multipolar world, but history has shown time and again that multipolarity without strong multilateral institutions is no guarantee for stability. It might even become a catalyst for chaos. So we must urgently restore trust and reinvigorate multilateralism. And this requires the courage to compromise for the common good. It requires effective international institutions rooted in 21st century realities based on the UN Charter and international law. And as I emphasized today at the summit, it requires a special focus on Africa. The Security Council, the Bretton Woods system, and other international organizations reflect the world of 1945, when many African countries were still part of European empires. To this day, the continent is underrepresented in the global financial architecture, just as it lacks a permanent seat on the Security Council. The world has changed, and so global governments must change with it. It must represent today's power and economic relations, and not the power and economic relations of 1945. And that is why I've been advocating deep reforms to make global frameworks truly universal and representative of today's realities and more responsive to the needs of developing economies. We need more inclusive institutions at every level, including through greater representation of women and young people. But all this in a context in which I believe two areas require a particularly important reform effort. One is the Security Council, the second, the Bretton Woods system. If we are not able to reform our institutions and make sure that they reassume a truly universal character, we risk fragmentation, and fragmentation can be, one day, a factor of confrontation. And we also need, in each society, a new social contract based on respect for all human rights, social, cultural, economic, civil, and political. And finally, we need to act in solidarity and with greater urgency in several future defining areas. And allow me to refer some of them. First, action to save our planet. Developed countries have a particular responsibility, and so they must lead and they must deliver. on 100 billion US dollars promised to developing countries, on the loss and damage fund, on doubling adaptation finance, on replenishing the Green Climate Fund, and on plans for early warning systems to protect every person in the world, including 6 in 10 Africans who still lack those systems. As a matter of justice, Africa must be considered a priority in all these crucial commitments. Every country has a role to play. That is why I have proposed the Climate Solidarity Pact, in which all big emitters make extra efforts to cut emissions and wealthier countries support emerging economies to do so. And I have put forward an acceleration agenda to supercharge these efforts in order to guarantee that we maintain the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit as a reality. So it's time to break our addiction to fossil fuels and to invest in a just and equitable transition. And we must bring affordable electricity to everyone on Earth, and particularly in Africa, while simultaneously reaching net zero electricity by 2035 in developed countries and 2040 elsewhere. I commend South Africa for stepping up as pioneers of the Just Transition Energy Partnership, a crucial tool to unlock emission cuts, boost renewables, and grow the green economy. Second, we need action to save economies and reduce inequalities. The pandemic has underscored once again how the global financial architecture is outdated, dysfunctional, and unjust. It has failed in its basic function as a global safety net, and so it needs deep structural reform. But I also know that such change will not happen overnight. And so I have proposed a number of measures we can take right now, and they include providing Sustainable Development Goals stimulus to direct investments towards the Sustainable Development Goals with a funding equivalent of 500 billion US dollars, overhauling the business models of multilateral development banks so that they massively increase affordable financing and leverage far more private finance to the developing world, including also the need to increase their own capital, establishing an effective debt workout mechanism to support payment suspensions, longer lending terms, and lower rates. The debt situation in many African countries, as well as in many other parts of the developing world, is today absolutely intolerable. The majority so countries can support each other in generating financing for sustainable.
Es un anhelo de años que hoy empezamos a concretar. Nos honra aún más el ingreso de la Argentina a este grupo de naciones que refleja la multipolaridad emergente y que convoca países que seguramente no poseen una visión única y uniforme de todas las problemáticas que enfrentamos, pero que respetan sus diferencias, procuran identificar denominadores comunes y buscan incidir en el orden global del mundo inestable, desigual, que concentra el ingreso en unos pocos y distribuye la pobreza y la postergación entre millones de seres humanos. Precisamente Mandela se preguntaba si cuando se escriba la historia de nuestro tiempo, seremos recordados por haber hecho lo correcto o por haber dado la espalda a una crisis global. Ante ese dilema expuesto en sus palabras, estoy seguro que hoy estamos haciendo lo correcto. Los problemas globales no pueden resolverse unilateralmente. Tampoco pueden abordarse con recetas genéricas que no distingan las realidades particulares que atravesamos los países emergentes. Enfrentamos una crisis del sistema multilateral, shocks en las cadenas de suministros, imposición de sanciones unilaterales y acuerdos para restringir el acceso a desarrollos tecnológicos estratégicos. Además, fenómenos de inflación generalizada, crisis climática, la desaceleración de la economía mundial, la insostenibilidad de las deudas externas, todos temas sin resolver, que completan un difícil panorama. El resultado conduce a este mundo injusto en el que vivimos, que acaba promoviendo una mayor desigualdad social al interior de nuestros países y una profundización de la brecha que divide al norte y al sur del mundo. A ello se suma el debilitamiento de muchos de los foros y mecanismos que nos habíamos dado para resolver problemas, como preservar la paz y promover el desarrollo. Ya hemos comprobado cómo en el pasado la falta de cohesión del mundo en desarrollo nos terminó colocando en posiciones desventajosas al momento de negociar términos en cuestiones fundamentales para nosotros. Por ello, hoy más que nunca, la negociación multilateral y regional es impostergable. Y el foro Brics, al igual que este diálogo que han propuesto, adquieren en este contexto una relevancia singular. Estimados presidentes y ministros, la Argentina y los países del Brics pertenecemos al mismo grupo de países de economías emergentes, el G20. Allí mantenemos muchas posiciones en común que podemos reforzar hoy de cara a la próxima cumbre del G20, el mes próximo, en Nueva Delhi, en India. Consideramos que la presidencia pro tempore de India y las próximas presidencias de Brasil y de Sudáfrica, sumadas a la reciente pasada de Indonesia, son una gran oportunidad para reinsertar las prioridades del sur global en la agenda del G20. Necesitamos bases de consenso sólidas para avanzar hacia una arquitectura de desarrollo sostenible, reformada, que iguale las condiciones en el mundo que hoy existe. Necesitamos ser los motores de una recuperación económica sostenible y que tenga en su centro a la equidad, a la inclusión y al respeto de la igualdad soberana. Las condiciones de posibilidad para que ese logro sea alcanzado y sostenible en el tiempo implican asegurar más recursos para financiar el desarrollo y no la especulación financiera. Aplicar medidas inmediatas para hacer sostenible la deuda y poner fin a las peores prácticas que hoy exhibe el Fondo Monetario Internacional. Necesitamos favorecer intercambios comerciales más equilibrados que no profundicen las asimetrías. Y también promover las inversiones y la cooperación científica y tecnológica. Los Brics, por su enorme peso institucional y financiero, juegan un papel determinante en esta exigencia de diseñar una arquitectura financiera mundial que garantice las necesidades de crecimiento, de comercio, de inversión y de bienestar social. Y un Brics fortalecido a través de la presidencia y participación de nuevos socios creará una nueva plataforma para proyectar la voz de los países en desarrollo en el escenario internacional. La Argentina hoy celebra haber sido invitada a ser miembro de los Brics. Seremos el segundo país de Latinoamérica en conformarlo y el primer país de habla hispana. Desde este lugar continuaremos ampliando los esfuerzos para dar un nuevo impulso a las asociaciones sur-sur y a la voz del sur global.
We are the voice of the global south. I don't want to end my participation without saying that I'm very thankful
amigo y amigo de la Argentina, el presidente de la República Federativa de Brasil, Ignacio Lula da Silva,
and also for our president, the Silva.
Problemas que mi patria afronta y por haber acompañado con tanta firmeza mi deseo expresado al presidente Xi Jinping en 2022 de sumarnos a esa alianza
the same
de la que ya
hopes that
nos
we
sentimos miembros.
share to the
Muchas
president in
gracias.
China, Xi Jinping. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's now my honor to call upon Her Excellency, Ms. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I thank President Mr. Ramaphosa for his invitation. I feel a personal attachment to South Africa, having enjoyed the affection and blessings of President Mandela. I recall his joining our celebration for the 25th anniversary of Bangladesh's independence in 1997. Like him, our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, lived a life of sacrifice for his nation. He has spent more than 13 years in prison to secure our people's right of self-determination. In 1974, at the UN General Assembly, he condemned apartheid as a crime against humanity and called for decolonizing Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Palestine. Following his legacy, we have come here to Brics outreach to reaffirm our solidarity with Global South. We also maintain a spirit of friendship to all nations of the world with malice towards none. The lesson we take from the global health, cost of living, and climate crisis is that none of us is secure until everyone is. Mr. Chair, Bangladesh is now the world's 35th largest economy with a strong commitment to sustainable development. We have cut poverty from 41.5% in 2006 to 18.7% in 2022. We have reduced extreme poverty from 25.1% to 5.6% in the same period. We have provided electricity to all households. We are about to eliminate the curse of homelessness under my free social housing project, Ashrayam. Around 108% of our population has access to cellular mobile connections, higher than the global average. In the last fiscal year, the mobile financial systems recorded transactions with US dollar 111.27 billion. This has hugely benefited our rural women, among others. We now have more girls than boys in our primary and secondary schools. Our average life expectancy is almost 73 years. Last week, we introduced the Universal Pension Scheme for 100 million people, with all the transactions taking place online. Government employees are already receiving pension benefits. Our government's next target is to build a smart Bangladesh by 2041. Keeping pace with our economic growth, we see considerable merit in Bangladesh's share in the new development bank. We need predictable financing to support our investments in infrastructures, industries, and clean energy. We must have viable options while waiting for reforms of the international financial architecture. Mr. Chair, Bangladesh has traditionally championed the cause of LDCs, with most of them in Africa. Bangladesh feels proud to engage in UN peacekeeping and peace building in different parts of Africa. With 1.2 million Rohingyas from Myanmar living in Bangladesh, we understand the burden shouldered by refugee hosting nations in Africa. We stand ready to share our expertise with the continent on food production, affordable medicine, financial inclusion, and disaster risk reduction. We can enhance collaboration in combating terrorism, human trafficking, cybercrimes, and money laundering. We should increase air and maritime connectivity to promote mutual trade and investment. Together, we must continue to seek our dues for international financing and technologies. We need to unite around climate justice, migrant rights, digital equality, and debt sustainability. We must preserve the rules-based multilateral trading system with scope for using our own currencies. In Global South, we should say no to artificial choices and divisions being thrown at us. We must reject attempts to weaponize universal norms and values. We need to stop the cycle of sanction and counter-sanctions. We must speak out against all threats, provocations, and commission of war. I keep calling for channeling resources from dangerous arms race to global public goods. We need to take responsibility for peace, justice, and stability around the world. Mr. Chair, we need Brics as a lighthouse in a multipolar world. We hope to see Brics emerge as an inclusive platform responding to our times. We must prove to our children and youth that our nations may suffer but will never be defeated. I conclude with the parting words of our father of the nation, my father, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, at UNGA, and I quote, "For us in the emerging world, we must have faith in ourselves and in our capacity to fulfill our destiny and to build for ourselves a better future," unquote. The message he conveyed 50 years ago still rings true. I thank you all. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I now call upon Mr. Luis Alberto Catacora, the President of the plurinational state of Bolivia.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Primero quiero agradecerle por la invitación a este foro. Expreso un saludo a todos los presidentes, dignatarios de Estado y personalidades que están acá presentes. Hoy aquí, en el continente africano, los bolivianos nos sentimos como en casa, entre hermanos, pues compartimos con los países africanos una misma historia de luchas populares contra el colonialismo, la servidumbre y la explotación de nuestros pueblos y nuestros recursos naturales. Los movimientos de liberación lucharon durante los primeros años del siglo XIX hasta entrado el siglo XX para culminar con nuestras respectivas independencias nacionales. Tenemos más de un siglo de incansables batallas por fortalecer nuestros estados nacionales. Y hoy somos pueblos heroicos que seguimos luchando no solo por nuestra independencia política, sino también buscamos nuestra independencia económica, científica y cultural, acorde a la nueva realidad mundial. Tampoco olvidar que como parte del nefasto proceso de colonización europea en América, miles de africanos fueron traídos por la fuerza para trabajar como esclavos en las plantaciones, minas o en las haciendas, generalmente en condiciones infrahumanas. La sangre africana corre por nuestras venas nuestroamericanas. La sangre africana también abonó nuestras luchas libertarias. En memoria de todos aquellos que dieron su vida por la libertad de la que hoy gozan nuestros pueblos, quiero rendir homenaje a dos insignes patriotas africanos y mediante ellos a todos los pueblos de este continente, a Nelson Mandela, padre de la independencia de Sudáfrica, y a Patrice Lumumba, héroe nacional y primer ministro de la República Democrática del Congo, derrocado y asesinado por la infamia de los intereses imperialistas y colonialistas en septiembre de 1960. El inmenso valor y convicción anticolonialista de todos nuestros héroes jamás podrán ser borrados de la memoria colectiva y se convierte hoy en la base moral de la resistencia de nuestros pueblos al neocolonialismo, que pretende destrozar las crecientes lazos de cooperación entre nuestros continentes y regiones que se acercan cada vez más para afrontar a los retos y desafíos de un mundo multipolar en configuración. Los problemas del sur global no lo va a resolver el norte hegemónico. Un norte acostumbrado a siglos de dominación de nuestros estados nacionales, expoliación de nuestros recursos naturales y explotación de nuestros compatriotas. Los problemas del sur global tenemos que encararlos y resolverlos nosotros mismos, juntos, con solidaridad y cooperación auténtica para el vivir bien de nuestros pueblos. Por eso, la emergencia y expansión del grupo de los Brics es un nuevo hito en la historia humana, porque permite a las naciones acceder a mercados internacionales sin la necesidad de tener que comprometer su dignidad y sin condicionamientos políticos, sin sanciones ni intimidaciones militaristas. Bolivia comparte con los 5 países que integran los Brics una visión común respecto a un orden internacional fundado en la igualdad, la complementariedad, la solidaridad, la inclusión, el consenso, la cooperación beneficiosa mutuamente, el respeto a la soberanía y a la autodeterminación de los pueblos en el marco del multilateralismo horizontal, buscando que la presencia y los intereses de las economías emergentes jueguen un rol decisivo en el escenario internacional. Los Brics tienen cada vez una mayor gravitación económica en un mundo en pleno cambio hacia la multipolaridad. Una preponderancia basada en una economía real con fundamentos sólidos asentados en la producción y la industrialización con respecto a la naturaleza y a la madre tierra. Bolivia quiere formar parte de estos cambios. Bolivia tiene su propio modelo económico que le ha permitido generar excedentes que son redistribuidos a la población, habiendo logrado disminuir los índices de pobreza y desigualdad entre ricos y pobres. La diversificación de la economía, la industrialización con sustitución de importaciones, la producción y exportación de alimentos y productos industrializados, la consolidación de una economía en base ancha y la redistribución social del excedente económico son los objetivos del modelo económico, social, comunitario, productivo de Bolivia, que nos permite avanzar hacia una industrialización acelerada y hacia un sistema de comercio multilateral abierto, complementario, transparente, inclusivo y no discriminatorio. Aunque Bolivia es un país de ingresos medios y una economía en desarrollo, ha conseguido mantener un constante crecimiento y una estabilidad económica con justicia social significativa en nuestra región. Creemos firmemente que la incorporación de Bolivia a los Brics sería mutuamente beneficiosa por la concurrencia en áreas estratégicas como la energía, los recursos naturales, la agricultura, la producción de alimentos para la exportación, la ciencia y la tecnología, así como nuevos enfoques de cooperación, financiamiento e inversiones estratégicas en infraestructuras críticas para la integración, dada la privilegiada posición geográfica que tiene Bolivia. Bolivia con las mayores reservas de litio del mundo, confía en encontrar socios estratégicos con el objeto de obtener tecnología y financiamiento necesarios para la industrialización soberana del litio, así como para garantizar mercados para los productos bolivianos con valor agregado. No vamos a permitir que se repita la triste historia boliviana con la plata y el estaño. Imborrables cicatrices de pobreza de nuestros mineros y de todo el pueblo. El litio boliviano no puede correr la misma suerte que la plata explotada en la colonia, la goma o el estaño que se expolió de nuestro territorio como materia prima y que nos dejó en la pobreza, igual que pasó con el uranio de Níger, con el cobalto de la hermana República del Congo y con otros tantos otros recursos naturales expoliados durante siglos de los países africanos y nuestroamericanos. El aseguramiento de cadenas de suministros de recursos energéticos y minerales y metales críticos no pueden continuar siendo un pretexto para el intervencionismo y la expansión colonial. Deploramos cualquier intervención militar extranjera en África, en nuestra América y en cualquier parte del mundo. Y apelamos al respeto a la soberanía de los estados, a la autodeterminación y a las instituciones de integración regional y continental. Cualquier conflicto tiene que resolverse respetando los principios de no injerencia, diálogo y entendimiento mutuo establecidos en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Si bien la herencia colonial y racista dejó terribles secuelas en nuestros países, también está históricamente comprobado que nuestros pueblos han sabido salir adelante y prosperar, impulsados por la convicción y los sueños de nuestras gestas libertarias. Por eso, nuestra revolución democrática y cultural dignifica a todas las bolivianas y bolivianos, rechazando toda forma de imperialismo y explotación neocolonial. En poco tiempo más, en 2025, Bolivia celebrará sus 200 años de independencia, más comprometida que nunca con la integración sudamericana, de Caribe y del sur global. Quiero aprovechar esta ocasión para invitar a todos los países de Brics, así como a todos los países de América Latina, África y del mundo, a que nos acompañen a celebrar el bicentenario de Bolivia, en el camino a su segunda y definitiva independencia, con plena soberanía económica y política. Están ustedes invitados a compartir los 200 años de libertad del pueblo boliviano. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We move on, and I'd like to call upon His Excellency, President Faustin Touadera, the President of the Central African Republic, to take the floor.
Merci. Excellence.
Thank you, Excellency.
Monsieur Cyril Ramaphosa,
President Cyril
de la République d'Afrique du Sud.
President of the
Excellence,
Republic of
Mesdames
South
et
Africa.
Messieurs,
Excellency,
les chefs
ladies
d'État
and
et de
gentlemen,
gouvernement,
Head of State and of
Monsieur le
Government,
Secrétaire Général des Nations
Mr.
Unies,
the General Secretary of the United
Madame
Nations,
Dilma Rousseff,
Madame Dilma Rousseff, the President of the New Development Bank of Brics, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. When, as I'm taking the floor in the name of the Central Republic of Africa on the 15th BRICS Summit,
je tiens à exprimer notre profonde gratitude à son Excellence Cyril Ramaphosa, au gouvernement et au peuple frère sud-africain pour l'accueil chaleureux qui nous a été réservé, ainsi que les dispositions excellentes prises pour la réussite de cette rencontre historique. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le sommet BRICS-Afrique se tient au moment où les pays africains sont particulièrement confrontés à d'énormes défis et où les organisations internationales classiques ne parviennent plus à instaurer la paix la sécurité et le développement durable. Il constitue, à n'en point douter, un nouveau point de départ vers l'émergence d'un ordre international plus équitable, plus inclusif, plus pacifique, fondé sur le respect mutuel, un partenariat gagnant-gagnant, le respect de l'égalité et de la souveraineté des États, le respect du droit de souveraineté permanente des peuples et des nations sur leurs richesses et leurs ressources naturelles qui doit s'exercer dans l'intérêt du développement national et du bien-être de la population de l'État intéressé. En effet, le partenariat pour une croissance mutuellement accélérée, un développement durable et un multilatéralisme inclusif connaît par les 5 grandes économies émergentes du monde, qui sont les BRICS, constituent pour nous une solution idéale aux inégalités mondiales extrêmes, aux velléités hégémoniques néocoloniales, géopolitiques et géostratégiques des puissances occidentales qui maintiennent les États africains dans la pauvreté, l'insécurité et la dépendance. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la République centrafricaine est prête pour intégrer les BRICS et construire ensemble un monde meilleur où personne n'est laissé de côté. En effet, depuis le retour à l'ordre constitutionnel en 2016, la République centrafricaine a pris des mesures urgentes pour rattraper le temps perdu et répondre aux impératifs de paix et de développement. Mon pays s'est donc doté d'un cadre législatif novateur, en adoptant notamment des lois relatives aux crypto-monnaies, à la tokenisation des ressources naturelles et foncières, et d'une nouvelle constitution adoptée à plus de 95% par le peuple centrafricain, avec un taux de participation historiquement inégalé. Aujourd'hui, la République centrafricaine est devenue l'un des environnements les plus favorables aux entreprises sur le continent africain, un pays où les individus nationaux et étrangers peuvent facilement créer leurs propres entreprises et obtenir leur e-visa d'affaires directement en ligne. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, il me paraît opportun de rappeler que la République centrafricaine possède d'énormes potentialités en ressources naturelles, des conditions agroécologiques favorables à l'agriculture, des terres arables dont la surface est estimée à 15 millions d'hectares. Elle dispose en outre d'un massif forestier évalué à plus de 28 millions d'hectares qui constitue, selon les experts, un véritable trésor du puits de séquestration de carbone et un habitat d'une grande variété d'espèces forestières, fauniques, halieutiques et génétiques. En dépit de ces immenses potentialités, la participation de mon pays au commerce mondial est très faible et se limite à l'exportation d'un certain nombre de produits bruts, à savoir le coton, le café, le bois, le diamant et l'or. En réaffirmant son soutien à l'initiative des BRICS et sa volonté d'y adhérer, la République centrafricaine invite les BRICS à établir avec elle un partenariat gagnant-gagnant en vue de l'exploitation de ces immenses ressources naturelles dans l'intérêt du développement national et du bien-être de sa population. Elle exhorte également les BRICS à continuer à soutenir sa demande de levée totale de l'embargo sur les armes et les diamants, dont la seule finalité désormais reconnue est la légitimation des groupes armés terroristes. Au regard de notre engagement commun à établir un ordre mondial plus juste et plus inclusif, je suis persuadé que les résultats de nos travaux se révéleront efficaces en vue d'un partenariat véritable pour une croissance mutuellement accélérée, un développement durable et un multilatéralisme inclusif entre l'Afrique et les BRICS. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, President. I now call upon His Excellency President Denis Sassou Nguesso, the President of the Republic of the Congo.
Monsieur Cyril Ramaphosa, Président de la République d'Afrique du Sud, chers frères, Mesdames et Messieurs, les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général des Nations Unies, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, pour l'honneur qui nous a été fait de participer au présent sommet et pour l'accueil combien chaleureux qui nous a été réservé à moi-même et à ma délégation. Permettez-moi de traduire toute ma gratitude à mon frère Cyril Ramaphosa, président de la République d'Afrique du Sud, ainsi qu'au peuple sud-africain. C'est l'occasion d'adresser également mes sincères remerciements à l'ensemble des chefs d'État membres des Brics pour m'avoir convié à cette rencontre de haut niveau qui, j'ose l'espérer, aboutira à des conclusions pertinentes, capables de densifier nos efforts face aux multiples défis qui émaillent le développement de l'Afrique. J'ai souvent eu l'occasion de le dire, mais le monde multipolaire que nous appelions de nos voeux est finalement advenu et nous nous en réjouissons. Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement des pays membres des Brics, votre combat pour un ordre international juste et équitable est aussi le nôtre. L'Afrique en général, le Congo, notre pays en particulier, souscrivent à vos objectifs d'une gouvernance multilatérale, inclusive et représentative du monde tel qu'il est aujourd'hui. Avec vous, nous partageons l'idée que les coopérations internationales doivent s'établir sur la base d'un respect et d'un bénéfice mutuel. C'est cet esprit que nous trouvons dans notre dialogue avec vous. Et je tenais à vous en remercier. Nous avons la certitude que le partenariat des Brics avec l'Afrique sera d'autant plus bénéfique dans la marche vers le développement. Il s'attachera à être une véritable co-construction mutuellement profitable. La condition du succès de ce partenariat au service du développement est de nous attaquer aux préoccupations réelles du continent. Dans cet esprit, notre conviction est que nous devons avant tout mettre l'accent sur les infrastructures de base visant les capacités de production et l'intégration physique de nos territoires. Sinon, comment pourrions-nous en effet tirer le meilleur profit de la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine sans les infrastructures de base via transport, télécommunications, énergie. Dès lors que près de 600 millions de personnes n'ont pas accès à l'électricité, comment envisager l'industrialisation du continent? Ces questions sont essentielles. La zone de libre-échange continentale africaine est une opportunité à saisir pour garantir une croissance durable et soutenue.
Ajouter
adding to
aux
that,
préoccupations évoquées
concerns that have been raised,
l'accès à l'eau potable,
drinking water,
l'assainissement des villes, le renforcement du capital humain, l'amélioration de la qualité de vie sont autant de priorités pour nous. La liste n'est pas exhaustive. Face à cela, la clé du progrès sur notre continent sans aucun doute, la facilitation de l'accès de nos différents pays aux finances. Ainsi, j'exprime le vœu que le partenariat entre les BRICS et l'Afrique vise un accès soutenu aux facilités de financement du développement. Nous espérons que les outils disponibles, notamment la nouvelle banque de développement, contribue très activement à la solidarité financière des BRICS vis-à-vis de l'Afrique, d'où la nécessité de rendre nos pays éligibles. Mais nous formulons le soutien et le souhait aussi que les BRICS, au G20 notamment, fassent écho aux demandes de l'Afrique, dont les besoins spécifiques sont insuffisamment pris en compte dans les enceintes mondiales. Mesdames et messieurs, la part de l'Afrique dans la gouvernance internationale doit incontestablement s'accroître et devenir enfin représentative de son poids réel. L'Afrique est prête à lancer des initiatives dans un cadre multilatéral rénové pour apporter ses réponses aux grands défis auxquels l'humanité est confrontée, qui souvent la touche au premier lieu, qu'il s'agisse des menaces à la paix ou à l'environnement. C'est dans cette perspective que nous avons initié le Brésil, l'Indonésie, la République démocratique du Congo, le Gabon et le Congo, de co-organiser à Brazzaville un sommet des 3 bassins forestiers tropicaux de la planète, à savoir le bassin de l'Amazonie, le bassin du Bornéo-Mékong et le bassin du Congo. Nous entendons, à travers ce sommet, apporter une réponse plus concertée et plus efficace de nos grands bassins au monde de la planète, à l'urgence de la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique et à l'extrême importance de la protection de la biodiversité. Permettez-moi, mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, de saisir cette occasion pour vous inviter à prendre part au sommet de Brazzaville afin d'unir nos efforts dans la recherche des solutions adaptées pour faire face efficacement à l'urgence climatique. Mesdames et messieurs, ainsi, comme le thème l'indique, les BRICS et l'Afrique appellent à un ferme engagement en faveur du développement. Bel engagement à faire prospérer dans une Afrique en paix, une Afrique stable, où les vertus du dialogue doivent toujours être privilégiées. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, President. I now call upon His Excellency President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Basogo, the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea.
Su Excelencia Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente de la República de Sudáfrica. Sus Excelencias, Jefes de Estado, miembros de los BRICS. Sus Excelencias, Jefes de Estado y de Gobierno y jefes de delegaciones, señoras y señores, se me permitido expresar mi gratitud a mi hermano, Su Excelencia Cyril Ramaphosa, presidente de la República Sudafricana, por la amable invitación que nos ha formulado para participar en esta importante cumbre de los BRICS bajo el lema BRICS y África, Asociación por el Crecimiento Mutuamente Acelerado, el Desarrollo Sostenible y el Multilateralismo Inclusivo. Señor Presidente, el Gobierno de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial reafirma su opinión sobre la pertinencia de la creación de los BRICS y la necesidad de su reforzamiento hacia una universalidad para crear una plataforma más fuerte y globalizada, capaz de corregir las injusticias que predominan y hacer prevalecer las desigualdades en el actual sistema de relaciones internacionales. Apoyamos efectivamente la configuración de ampliar el grupo BRICS, por lo cual consideramos que Guinea Ecuatorial es una buena candidata para ser parte integrante de los BRICS ampliados. Por su convicción en la capacidad de los BRICS de crear un sistema mundial más justo y equitativo que puede contrarrestar el viejo orden mundial en las relaciones entre los países. La República de Guinea Ecuatorial cree que África ha superado los tiempos del dogmatismo teórico para ir a la realidad de las acciones que impongan cambios visibles en la vida de las naciones emergentes del sur global. Esta lucha solo puede conocer victoria efectiva con el poderío económico y monetario y con una voluntad y determinación de los BRICS orientado hacia el crecimiento económico acelerado, el desarrollo sostenible y el multilateralismo inclusivo entre sus Estados miembros, contra las injusticias del actual sistema político-económico inicuo que sigue sumiendo a los pueblos africanos desde que se liberaron del sistema colonial por los países detentores, dueños de la economía mundial y sus organizaciones afines, por mantener el statu quo de su poderío económico sobre los estados emergentes. Señor Presidente, para hacer frente a esta situación, la República de Guinea Ecuatorial cree que los BRICS reforzados con una estructura más universal podría crear una moneda convertible más fuerte, apoyada por los recursos de sus Estados miembros, con el fin de establecer un sistema financiero inclusivo que permita a todos sus miembros y asociaciones a un reparto equitativo de los beneficios como contrapeso al actual sistema económico internacional inicuo. Concluyo señalando que todos los países del mundo, sean grandes o pequeños, de todas las procedencias, gozan del derecho fundamental de desarrollar su potencial, de tener acceso a las oportunidades de la prosperidad, de la paz y beneficiarse de los procesos económicos globales. Los BRICS deben ser el motor de esta visión de desarrollo sostenible e inclusivo. Deseo plenos éxitos y fructíferos resultados a la 15ª cumbre de los BRICS. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President. I now call upon on the virtual platform President Nicolas Maduro, the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Excelentísimo compañero Cyril Ramaphosa, presidente de la República de Sudáfrica y presidente pro tempore de los BRICS, querido presidente Xi Jinping de la República Popular China, querido presidente compañero Lula da Silva, presidente de la República Federativa del Brasil, estimado primer ministro de la India, Narendra Modi, estimado presidente Vladimir Putin, quiero saludar con mucho entusiasmo la celebración de esta histórica 15ª cumbre del bloque de economías emergentes conformado por Brasil, Rusia, India, China y Sudáfrica, que ha venido sentando bases muy sólidas de cara a la construcción de un nuevo sistema mundial verdaderamente libre, inclusivo, justo y solidario, donde se restituyan los principios del derecho internacional, amenazado por el viejo sistema hegemónico imperial. Venezuela agradece sinceramente la invitación cordial que Sudáfrica, en su condición de presidente pro tempore de los BRICS, nos ha extendido para participar en esta histórica cumbre y contribuir en el diálogo de acercamiento BRICS Plus. Estoy muy complacido de transmitir además la admiración y el reconocimiento de todo el pueblo de Venezuela hacia los pueblos y gobiernos de los BRICS. Países que han asumido la vanguardia en la construcción de un mundo de paz y de prosperidad económica, basado en el respaldo a la diversidad civilizatoria. En ese sentido, es importante y oportuno recordar las palabras del gran Nelson Mandela, pronunciadas aquel 24 de mayo de 1994, en su discurso de toma de posesión, a pocos días de haber asumido la presidencia en la nueva Sudáfrica post-apartheid, cuando hizo un llamado al establecimiento de un nuevo orden mundial de cooperación, justicia, prosperidad y paz, mutuamente beneficiosas para nosotros y para las naciones del mundo, como afirmó Nelson Mandela. Al vernos aquí, junto a ustedes, Venezuela, participando en esta cumbre histórica de los BRICS, viene a mi mente el comandante Hugo Chávez, quien junto a otros líderes del mundo durante décadas levantaron sus voces para la construcción de un nuevo orden internacional, político, cultural, económico, sustentable. En este contexto que recordamos la también histórica cumbre de los BRICS UNASUR, realizada el 15 de julio del año 2014 en Chile. Allí estuvimos, país que para ese año desempeñó la presidencia de este poderoso bloque de economías emergentes y inició ese encuentro para avanzar en el diseño de una nueva geopolítica, en un nuevo mapa mundial para la cooperación política, financiera, económica y energética, principalmente. Hoy estamos convencidos de que ese nuevo orden mundial ya es una realidad y los BRICS desempeñan un rol fundamental de la dinámica geopolítica que ha generado la confianza entre los pueblos y gobiernos de América Latina, el Caribe, África y Asia, con su modelo de desarrollo y sus valores de respeto mutuo. Los BRICS hoy por hoy representan a nivel mundial el 31.7% del Producto Interno Bruto, el 30% del territorio, el 43% de la población y el 18% del comercio internacional. Los países que conforman este bloque controlan el 8.7% de las reservas mundiales de petróleo,
el 25.2% de las reservas de gas, al tiempo que aportan el 40% de la energía mundial. Representan el 42% del uso de la energía renovable y el 37% del consumo de energía. Definitivamente, la unión es lo que hace la fuerza, y esa fuerza unitaria impulsa un nuevo paradigma del relacionamiento global e impulsa una nueva geopolítica mundial del siglo XXI. Queridos presidentes, primeros ministros, sus excelencias, Venezuela se suma a las peticiones de los países con aspiraciones de ingresar a los BRICS, tal como lo expresamos oficialmente en carta en el año 2015. Y lo ratificamos recientemente, aportando a este modelo integrador mundial las mayores reservas de petróleo certificados del mundo en nuestro país, entre otras riquezas. Además, nuestro país cuenta con abundantes recursos minerales que le otorgan por encima del 20% de las reservas mundiales de hierro, cobre y oro, aunado a la existencia de plata, bauxita, coltán, níquel, rodio, titanio, entre otros. Asimismo, tiene una privilegiada posición geográfica al norte de América del Sur. De los 23 aspirantes en el eventual proceso de ampliación de los BRICS, 7 de ellos pertenecemos a la Organización de Países Exportadores de Petróleo, que abastece un porcentaje fundamental del mercado mundial. Y entre nosotros agrupamos el 77% de las reservas de petróleo del mundo. El ingreso de estas naciones del OPEC al grupo BRICS le garantizará el manejo del 83% de las reservas probadas de petróleo del mundo, sin mencionar las reservas probadas de los países no OPEC y OPEC. En lo que respecta a las reservas mundiales de gas, de los 23 aspirantes de los BRICS, 7 pertenecemos al Foro de Países Exportadores de Gas, incluida Rusia, foro que maneja el 72% de las reservas de gas del mundo y abastece el 44% del mercado mundial. La experiencia acumulada por Venezuela en la lucha y resistencia ante la imposición ilegal de sanciones criminales, de medidas coercitivas unilaterales, es otro de los aspectos fundamentales que estamos dispuestos a compartir con el grupo BRICS y con todos los amigos de los BRICS. La realidad de los últimos años ha puesto en evidencia la necesidad de avanzar en el proceso de desdolarización de la economía mundial ante el uso y el abuso indiscriminado de la moneda estadounidense como mecanismo de guerra económica contra los pueblos libres del mundo. Estudios recientes han demostrado que al menos 30 naciones, 28% de la población mundial, alrededor de 2.178 millones de seres humanos, se encuentran afectados por sanciones imperialistas y otras medidas de extorsión y guerra económica. El daño a nuestras economías y modelos de desarrollo es innegable. La implementación de estas medidas incide negativamente en el disfrute de los derechos humanos. Reconocido esto hoy en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos de la ONU en su pasada reunión de marzo del 2023. Compañeros presidentes y primeros ministros, desde Venezuela unimos voluntades para la configuración de una nueva arquitectura financiera que permita realizar nuestras transacciones con novedosos medios físicos y digitales y con una amplia canasta de monedas nacionales, así como acceder a nuevas formas de financiamiento que contribuyan a la recuperación y el crecimiento de nuestras economías. En el caso de Venezuela, crecimiento proyectado por encima del 5% en este año 2023, el más alto de la región, de acuerdo a la CEPAL, Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe de Naciones Unidas. Es nuestro deseo, señor presidente, incorporarnos al Consejo de Think Tank de los Brics para contribuir con nuestra modesta experiencia a contrarrestar los efectos perniciosos de las sanciones de Occidente contra las economías del mundo, así como el desmontaje del sistema de dominación financiera y comercial. Asimismo, asumimos frente a los líderes de los Brics la responsabilidad de promover el relacionamiento político y económico de la arquitectura Brics con los principales mecanismos de concertación de cooperación de América Latina y el Caribe, entre ellos la Alianza Bolivariana para los Pueblos de Nuestra América, ALBA, y la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños, CELAT, para avanzar en la constitución de bloques regionales, tal como lo avisoramos en la histórica cumbre Brics UNASUR del año 2014. La consolidación de estas ambiciosas alianzas requiere de un elevado nivel de conciencia de los pueblos sobre las realidades, fortalezas y capacidades para avanzar unidos. A tales fines, proponemos fortalecer la alianza comunicacional a través del reimpulso de la cooperación entre TV Brics y Telesur, plataforma multimedia y multiestatal latinoamericana y caribeña. Compañeros, excelencias, el BRIC ha sido concebido desde su conformación con una visión inclusive de complementariedad, colocando como núcleo el sistema multilateral como la Organización Mundial de Comercio y su reforma, apoyando el crecimiento de las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas para integrarlas a las cadenas de valor globales y ampliando la cooperación en los campos de la economía digital y el desarrollo verde, entre otras acciones. Por ello, el llamado a ampliar su membresía representa la esperanza para quienes en nuestro noble y modesto propósito tenemos la voluntad de aportar desde diferentes perspectivas, a ser parte de un nuevo modelo de desarrollo que viene creciendo bajo el liderazgo de los Brics y que sin duda encuentra hoy en esta magna reunión de Johannesburgo un trascendental punto de impulso hacia el futuro. Hace 200 años, en plena lucha por nuestra independencia, por la independencia de América, nuestro libertador Simón Bolívar se planteó la construcción de lo que hoy pudiéramos nombrar un mundo multipolar y pluricéntrico, como lo dijo él, para alcanzar el anhelado equilibrio universal. Sinceramente creo que con el surgimiento de los Brics estamos más cerca que nunca de lograr el sueño de Simón Bolívar, que es el sueño de la patria grande, que es el sueño de la patria humana. Por eso, presidente Ramaphosa, le ratifico toda nuestra voluntad y todo nuestro apoyo y todo nuestro agradecimiento por haber sido invitados a esta cumbre histórica. Venezuela da un paso adelante con los Brics por el mundo de paz, por el mundo de cooperación, por el mundo del siglo XXI. Y decimos desde el corazón que vivan los pueblos del sur global. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. I now have the honor to call His Excellency President Isaias Afwerki, the President of the State of Eritrea.
Excellency, thank you. May I first join previous speakers to express our gratitude to Your Excellency and other heads of state and governments of BRICS for convening this 15th summit. Our deepest thanks too for the people and government of South Africa for their renowned hospitality. This meeting is taking place at a critical time when our global community is at a veritable crossroads. The flaws and deficits of the prevailing global governance architecture, whose defining features are dysfunctional, non-inclusive, and unfair rules and regulations, are too evident to merit emphasis. US exceptionalism, or Pax Americana, has unleashed malaise that have gravely impaired global progress for almost a century now. Bipolarity ushered in after the end of the Second World War, and attempts to impose unipolarity in its sequel in the past 30 years have resulted in endless spiral of conflicts and perpetual instability. Opportunities for global progress, meaningful participation between nations and peoples based on inherent commonality of interests and aspirations, social harmony within societies that depend on fair access to and distribution of the national pie have been squandered. This, in spite of mankind's exponential technological progress in the last 2 centuries, a capability which could have changed the quality of life for all humanity if it were seen, indeed as it should, in purely ethical terms, as a common public good. And at this 11th hour, the principal advocates and proponents of hegemony are pushing our global village to the brink of unprecedented disaster. The tendency for unbridled escalation of the war in Ukraine, led by the United States and NATO, is fraught with consequences that are ghastly to contemplate. Yet, the United States and its allies continue to doggedly pursue this perilous path in a desperate attempt to turn back the clock of history and assert what they term as their unassailable global superiority and dominance. Differences of scale aside, the devastating wars incubated by these policies in Africa, the Middle East, and other parts of the world in the past decades have and continue to incur colossal losses. The situation in Niger is only symptomatic. It's symptomatic of modern slavery. Imagine bringing back all the uranium that have been going to Europe to electrify this marginalized continent. Vast literature on and related institutions for conflict resolution and the maintenance of peace aside, costly wars unleashed directly or through proxies find no solutions in the majority of cases and are instead compounded by deliberate subterfuge. Peacekeeping forces, humanitarian assistance, etc., are mere palliatives to project semblance of serious concern. Most of the times, the institutions and conceptual pillars of global governance, the cogent principles enshrined in the UN Charter, are circumvented and supplanted by illegal frameworks and approaches. Grave issues of international peace are not addressed by and referred to legitimate international bodies for adjudication. Alliances and power blocks, coalitions of the willing are the preferred tools in order to breach international law. Illegal and unilateral sanctions, weaponization of US-dominated financial, economic, and judicial institutions, as well as other punitive instruments in their toolbox, are routinely invoked to punish those who do not toe the line. These suffocating and malicious policies are embellished by high-sounding phrases in order to claim the moral high ground. They are also propagated extensively through their wide and subversive media outlets. But for all their efforts, these misguided and reckless policies have and continue to endanger or engender robust and growing popular resistance in all corners of the world. The tiny few aside, the lofty aspirations of humanity as a whole is for a just and fair global order where justice and the rule of law prevail, where nations and peoples forge meaningful and symmetric ties of cooperation and partnership on the basis of respect for national independence and sovereignty, for societies anchored on compassion and social justice. These amorphous movements will require higher coordination in their critical areas. Brics and other international organizations and platforms that broadly share these values and aspirations must shoulder the responsibility of better articulating and mapping out concrete objectives and strategies. The judicious approach will certainly involve a basket of concrete and consensual instruments that can roll back and sustainably dent the most vicious measures in their toolbox of repression. In this respect, the measures of de-dollarization, already on the offing with varying pace and through different alternative frameworks, could be supplemented by continuous consensus building and joint action in appropriate international forums to prevent conflict. Mechanisms can be worked out to expedite fair and comprehensive resolutions when and if they erupt. Similarly, the opportunities for coordinated and effective action may be explored to rectify systemic weaponization of judicial and other instruments that they have developed for ulterior ends and that are not in consonance with international law and the Charter of the United Nations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now call upon Your Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to thank our host, President Ramaphosa, for the kind invitation and hospitality. I would also like to express my profound appreciation to Your Excellency for your able leadership as the current chair of the Brics, in which you have amplified the collective voice of Africa. This Brics Summit is taking place at a critical moment in time, when often unheard voices in the global arena are striving to be heard. The many crises we have faced as a global community, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic, have further exposed how cooperation is key for our collective survival. Hence, a growing and inclusive multilateralism is essential to overcome common challenges. A reformed multilateralism entails inclusivity, cooperation, and diversity of voices and interests. By amplifying voices from various corners of the globe, we can collaboratively work for an equitable and peaceful world. In an ever-interdependent world, collectivity is essential to adequately solve global challenges. transnational problems requires joint solutions. At this crucial time, promoting dialogue and harmony is highly critical for overall peace and prosperity. That's why Ethiopia has always been a champion and a defender of multilateralism. And the BRICS is indeed one key initiative, responding to the repeated calls for a new and inclusive multilateralism. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the name Ethiopia evokes memories of origins and of an ancient and wealthy civilization. Remarkable works of architecture and monuments grace its land. Multiple kingdoms ruled over the dominion thousands of years ago. In this modern history, Ethiopia has remained uncolonized, and it has a long history of diplomacy stretching over 100 years. As a founding member of the League of Nations and the Organization for African Unity, Ethiopia's engagement in the international stage has been quite meaningful and impactful. Ethiopia is Africa's second most populous country with around 120 million people, a greater majority of which are young and dynamic. This demographic dividend, if harnessed properly, can be a significant asset for cooperation through driving innovation, consumption, and providing a large workforce. Located in the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia also serves as a crucial gateway between Africa, the Middle East, and wider Asia. The efforts we are making in intensive infrastructure development within and across the whole region is a testament to our endeavors toward this regional integration. Our strategic position could provide the BRICS with enhanced connectivity opportunities across these regions. Ethiopia's substantial investment in roads, airlines, clean energy, and telecom infrastructure not only demonstrate our ambition, but also our potential to be a hub of connectivity for the African continent. Our positioning offers a vital link to East Africa's market and has the potential to foster a richer and a more inclusive integration of the global economy. Excellencies, my country has also recorded one of the highest economic growth rates in Africa and has showcased its potential to become one of the continent's largest economies. This growth is backed by a mix of agriculture, manufacturing, and service, demonstrating a diversified and resilient economy. For the past 5 years, Ethiopia has also been in the driver's seat to practical solutions to address climate change. Through our massive Green Legacy tree planting program, the initiative launched in 2019 will be the largest afforestation program in the world, when by 2026, we will have planted 50 billion trees in a total of 8 years. Till last week, we have already planted 32 billion seedlings. Over the past 2 years itself, our Green Legacy program has spread to neighboring countries in the home region as we collaboratively work on green diplomacy. Furthermore, Ethiopia has been an active participant in regional and international diplomacy, including its long-standing contribution to UN peacekeeping missions. Therefore, Excellencies, our rich historic past, the breadth and depth of our bilateral ties across the world, as well as being forerunners in the establishment of key global and regional multilateral institutions, not only makes Ethiopia instrumental to BRICS bloc, but a key voice for inclusivity in the global arena. Excellencies, in joining hands with the BRICS Ethiopia aspires to build Brics, foster understanding, and work towards a shared future that benefits all. As I reiterate my gratitude to you once again, Mr. President, let me conclude by reaffirming Ethiopia's commitment to further enhancing multilateralism towards inclusivity. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now ask His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the 15th BRICS Summit, in which everyone present here is in agreement about the intensity and scale of the challenges facing our world and the urgent need to address them. It is appropriate that the theme of this 15th Summit has Africa as its focus. And I thank President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa and the South African government and people for the invitation and for the warm hospitality the Ghanaian delegation has enjoyed here in South Africa. For an organization that represents some 30% of global GDP and some 42% of the world's population, the importance of BRICS, comprising Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, to the economic growth and the promotion of progress and prosperity around the world cannot be stressed enough. And I must applaud successive leaders of the BRICS countries for sustaining the relevance of this body. Excellencies, never has there been a time in recent history where malevolent forces have combined in such a manner to bring hardships to the world, especially to those of us in Africa. We are indeed operating in the most difficult of times. The interlocking challenges and the convergence of crises we are faced with pose existential threats that require immediate solidarity and collective action. It is obvious that the world has virtually run out of time to work together in the spirit of multilateralism. If we do not renew our commitments to build, keep, and consolidate peace and democracy all over the world, we would have to brace ourselves to live in a new and more dangerous world today and in the future. The issues of peace, progress, and prosperity in BRICS countries in Africa are deeply intertwined, which presuppose that ensuring the development of Africa should be in our common interest, which will help right the historic injustice of Africa, the richest continent in the world, being as a result of systemic exploitation, the continent with the highest number of the poorest people. Africa, I need reminding you, has 1.3 billion inhabitants, nearly 18% of the world's population. And in 2050, will be 2.5 billion, meaning that 1 out of every 4 persons in the world will be African. Now more than ever, strong partnership between the BRICS nations and Africa, reinforced political dialogue, and expanded cooperation in the fields of economic growth and international security are required. We have to work together to achieve our goals, including a fair, equitable process of energy transition, which recognizes that the entire African continent is responsible for less than 4% of global emissions, and which safeguards the prospects of Africa's development. Excellencies, I urge this meeting to address one issue of importance for us in Africa, and I believe for the world generally. That is the urgent necessity for the reform of the United Nations, especially of the composition and structure of its Security Council. The contemporary world has moved on significantly from the post-1945 world, which gave rise to the birth of the United Nations and the makeup of the Security Council. The world of 2023 is not the world of 1945. The crisis of the global financial institutions and of global governance under the United Nations system, which were created from the rubble of the Second World War, is a deep crisis. It will continue until a fair system is put in place, a system that reflects the new balances, no longer based on who won or lost the Second World War, but on the major contemporary and future balances. I believe strongly that despite its numerous challenges, Africa is on the cusp of building a great new civilization, which will unleash the considerable energies and huge potential of the African peoples, so that we will make our own unique contribution to the growth of world civilization. Together, working with the rest of us on the continent and with our increasingly educated, skilled, dynamic, and growing youthful population, operating under the aegis of the African Continental Free Trade Area, whose Secretariat Ghana has the honor to host. I'm confident a strong partnership with the Brics nations can help construct a prosperous and self-confident Africa. I'd like to end by extending hearty congratulations to Prime Minister Narendra Modi on India's historic achievement of yesterday. I thank Your Excellencies for your attention.
Thank you, President. I now have the honor of asking Dr. Saidi Ibrahim Raisi, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful. The Honorable President of the South Africa, at the outset, I deem it necessary to thank you and the government
دعوت از این جانب و میزبانی گرم شما سپاسگزاری نمایم. لازم است از جناب عالی و رؤسای محترم جمهوری چین، روسیه، برزیل و نخست وزیر محترم هند به جهت فراهم نمودن این فرصت تشکر کنم و خرسندی خویش را از حضور در جمع همکاران عزیزم از قاره آفریقا و کشورهای دوست بریکس نیز ابراز دارم. بدون تردید تصمیم اعضای بریکس برای گسترش گروه اقدامی قابل تقدیر است که مسیر توسعه جهانی را در بستر عدالت هموار می کند. مطمئناً فواید عضویت جمهوری اسلامی ایران در گروه بریکس تاریخ ساز خواهد شد و فصلی نو و گامی قوی‌تر در جهت عدالت، انصاف، اخلاق و صلح پایدار در صحنه بین‌المللی رقم خواهد زد. جناب آقای رئیس، این سومین بار است که کشور آفریقای جنوبی ریاست بریکس را بر عهده گرفته است. در هر سه نوبت اهتمام آفریقای جنوبی به تقویت همکاری و شراکت اقتصادی در گروه بریکس و قاره آفریقا ستودنی است. قاره آفریقا یکی از سرمایه‌های اصلی جهان جنوب است. تنوع غنی فرهنگی، قومی، و زبانی در کنار مناظر زیبای طبیعی و منابع سرشار معدنی این قاره را متمایز کرده است. خوشبختانه وزن سیاسی و اقتصادی قاره آفریقا روز به روز رو به افزایش است و بخش مهمی از آتیه جهان در حال توسعه در این پهنه جغرافیایی در حال رقم خوردن است. من به آقای ماندلا و قهرمانان آفریقا که در مقابل استعمار ایستادگی کردند باید احترام بگذارم و یاد و نام آنها را گرامی بدارم. جمهوری اسلامی ایران از دیرباز یار آفریقا بوده و تقویت همکاری‌های اقتصادی با کشورهای آفریقایی در دستور کار ما قرار داشته است و در سطوح دو جانبه و چند جانبه برنامه‌های ویژه‌ای برای همکاری با کشورهای مختلف آفریقایی داریم. حضار گرامی، سلطه‌طلبی، بی‌عدالتی، تبعیض و بحران اخلاقی جهان را در وضعیت پیچیده و بغرنجی قرار داده است. ظهور و گسترش مشکلاتی همچون گرسنگی، تغییرات اقلیمی، محدودیت منابع انرژی، عدم دسترسی به امکانات بهداشتی و پزشکی در کنار ناامنی سایبری و همچنین تهدیدات فرهنگی، ارزشی و هویتی تنها بخشی از این چالش هاست که نیازمند اهتمام همگانی و همگرایی برای تعمیق گفتمان عدالت و پیریزی یک نظام عادلانه و برخاسته از منافع جمعی است. بریکس نماد چنین تغییر و تحولی در مناسبات جهانی است که میتواند به حل معضلات جامعه جهانی کمک کند. به ویژه آنکه اعتماد جهانی به اثرگذاری بریکس رو به افزایش است. گسترش بریکس که سایر قدرت‌های جهان جنوب و در حال توسعه این چشمانداز را منسجم‌تر و جهانی‌تر خواهد کرد. جمهوری اسلامی ایران همکاری‌های سیاسی و اقتصادی چشمگیری با هر 5 عضو گروه بریکس دارد و در دوره اخیر نیز آشکارا شاهد جهش و تعمیق این همکاری‌ها بوده‌ایم. همکاری‌های راهبردی مختلف بین ایران و اعضای بریکس از جمله در حوزه‌های ترانزیت، انرژی و تجارت در دستور کار جهانی بریکس از این نگاه حمایت می‌کند. فواید اقتصادی پایداری را برای ملت‌های ما و جهان رقم می‌زند. جمهوری اسلامی ایران به صورت قاطع از تلاش‌های موفق بریکس در راستای دلارزدایی، از روابط اقتصادی میان اعضا و همچنین استفاده از ارزهای ملی و تقویت سازوکارهای بریکس برای پرداخت و تسویه مالی حمایت می‌کند. جمهوری اسلامی ایران از ظرفیت‌های کم نظیری برخوردار است و آمادگی دارد در هر 3 حوزه اصلی فعالیت‌های بریکس، یعنی حوزه‌های سیاسی، امنیتی، اقتصادی، مالی و اجتماعی مشارکت نماید. تعامل حداکثری و تقویت سازوکارهای همکاری چند جانبه به خصوص با کشورهای مستقل در حال توسعه در کانون سیاست خارجی جمهوری اسلامی ایران قرار دارد. در همین راستا به دلیل موقعیت خاص ترانزیتی و با برخورداری از منابع گسترده انرژی و همچنین توان بالای علمی و مهندسی در حوزه‌های متنوع از جمله تولیدات صنعتی، فناوری، نانو و پزشکی، آمادگی خود را برای هر گونه همکاری، اقدام مشترک اقتصادی و سرمایه‌گذاری با کشورها اعلام می‌دهیم.
honorable participants, in conclusion, I would like to make mention that one of the existing challenges in the global south is the continuation of the racist policies and the insecurities emanating from the occupation and oppressions and the hegemony and terrorism, state terrorism, essentially by the Zionist regime that has not only deprived the people of Palestine from the right to determination, but also the right to development. Mr. Chair, Excellency, once again, I deem it necessary to thank you and the people of the friendly and brotherly country of South Africa for hosting this very important gathering, and I would like to thank you for your attention. That's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, President. My next speaker is His Excellency Ntsukwane Samuel Matekane, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho.
Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies President of the BRICS nation, Your Excellencies Heads of State and Government present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to address you on this momentous occasion of the BRICS Africa Outreach and the BRICS Plus Dialogue. On behalf of the people and the government of the Kingdom of Lesotho, I would like to express our gratitude to President Ramaphosa for inviting us to this historic summit and for the foresight to dedicate this session to the Africa Outreach. In the like manner, I wish to applaud the BRICS leadership for striving to create a better world. We pledge our support to them and cooperation in building a stronger and more cohesive South-South cooperation. This platform provides us with a unique opportunity to establish partnerships with the BRICS countries, the private sector and business communities for the growth and development of our African countries and the global South as a whole. Excellencies, today we gather against a backdrop of uncertainty as the world grapples unprecedented multitude of global crises. The prevailing geopolitical tensions, global pandemics, and the far-reaching effects of climate change continue to have a devastating impact on human life, livelihoods, economies, and communities around the world. This is further compounded by soaring food and fuel prices, as well as the unsustainable levels of debt. Tragically, it is the people in the global South who bear the heaviest brand of all these challenges. Therefore, the agency of a dialogue among developing countries to promote economic development, peace, and prosperity has never been greater. We call for dialogue and negotiation as fundamental tools for achieving economic development and peaceful resolution of conflicts around the world. In this regard, the reform of the UN security is central to the achievement of sustainable peace. We call on the BRICS countries to support the African common position in this regard. In the same token, the reform of the Bretton Woods institution is key to ensuring equitable economic growth. This is an agenda that we must all join hands in pursuing. Excellencies, we commend the rising influence of the BRICS bloc in recent years and believe it can serve as a valuable platform for addressing the key challenges faced by the global South. By fostering stronger relations among developing countries, we can unlock considerable opportunities for trade, investment, and technological development. BRICS countries are among the largest export markets in the world, and their role and influence in global trade cannot be overstated. There are considerable opportunities for BRICS countries to pursue in Africa, including opening up the markets for products from smaller countries, investing in key sectors such as manufacturing, agriculture and agro-processing, services industries, energy, tourism, transport and general infrastructure in small countries like Lesotho, and extending support to our countries as they strive for industrialization and technological advancement. Excellencies, as we approach the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, it is evident that many countries lag behind in our collective pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. To address this situation, Lesotho recently signed the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2024-2028, aptly entitled Kalebelo la Ntshege, and loosely translated as fast-paced implementation. This serves as a testament to our resolve to accelerate progress towards achieving the SDGs. In addition, we are actively engaging the youth to explore more innovative approaches to ensure swift yet effective implementation of the UN Agenda 2030 for the benefit of current and future generations. Excellencies, the need for immediate action is crucial when addressing global challenges like climate change. Our ability to confront these challenges relies on our collective unity. In addressing climate change, Lesotho has embarked on an ambitious clean energy initiative. In the current public sector investment program, there are several infrastructure projects that are aimed at addressing the gaps in the energy and transport infrastructure. Lesotho is endowed with natural resources, specifically water and diamonds. Moreover, we have a huge potential for green energy generation, such as hydro, solar and wind power for domestic markets and export into the Southern African power pool. We therefore invite BRICS countries to partner with us and invest in these ventures which offer guaranteed lucrative returns on investment. Allow me also, Excellencies, to inform you that we are planning to convene the Water and Hydrogen Conference and Expo in Maseru, Lesotho from 12 and 13 October 2023. This conference will showcase the steps and action that Lesotho is undertaking towards becoming the world's first sustainable digital hydro nation. We welcome strategic partners with like-minded nations and institutions. We invite all of you to grace this groundbreaking conference with your presence. Further, we recognize the importance of infrastructure as catalyst for promoting economic growth and attracting private investment. Therefore, the development of air transport and road network is equally important. In light of this, the government has prioritized the construction of interconnecting roads that will link Lesotho and certain parts of South Africa with the Port of Durban. Moreover, efforts are being made to enhance and upgrade the international airport. This presents an auspicious opportunity for investment and collaboration with the BRICS countries and the business sector. Excellencies, as I conclude my remarks, allow me to indicate that with the establishment of the new development bank, we anticipate funding opportunities to implement various agreements, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and China and India Provincial Arrangement. These funding possibilities can facilitate real growth and meaningful participation in regional and global value chains. Even as that happens, we need to place greater emphasis on the three fundamental pillars underpinning BRICS, namely promoting financial and economic development through cooperation and openness, respecting the sovereignty of other countries and pursuing peaceful resolutions to conflicts, and working to ensure justice and representation in the global governance system. With BRICS and Africa in partnership, the better life for all is achievable. I thank you.
Thank you. Somebody has lost their wristwatch. If you have lost your wristwatch, please come to the table or send somebody to come and pick it up. My next speaker will be His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, the President of the Republic of Malawi.
Your Excellency, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of the Brics. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this Brics dialogue comes at a critical time for us as nations in the Global South, a time in which 3 consecutive global crises, namely the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change impacts, and the war in Eastern Europe, have exposed 2 harsh realities we can no longer deny nor find acceptable. First, they have exposed the extreme vulnerability of our countries to external shocks owing to weak infrastructural, food, health, environmental management, governance, educational, and social protection systems that we need to develop to make our economies more resilient. Secondly, they have exposed the global financial and institutional systems' incapacity to respond to our needs speedily and fairly. So now that we know how vulnerable to shocks we are and how unresponsive to our needs the global financial system and multilateral institutions are, what remains is for us to do something about it. And we are more than capable of doing something about it, for not only is there strength in our numbers, because the nations gathered here represent close to half of the human population, but there's also abundance in our resources. For the nations gathered here are the custodians of the bulk of the natural resources the world needs for the creation of the digital and green economies of tomorrow. The place to start it is for us to confront the barriers that have denied us a stake in global prosperity in the past. One such barrier is our own failure to build our own institutional and financial systems, systems that can better facilitate the implementation of instruments like the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, and the aspirations of platforms like the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, FOCAC, the Russia-Africa Summit, and the India-Africa Forum Summit, IAFS. A second barrier we must confront is the monopoly that some countries enjoy of multilateral institutions like the UN Security Council, where we must insist that it is no longer acceptable for a handful of countries that claim to love democracy and equality to have the power to undemocratically make decisions about us without us. 5 months ago, as outgoing chairperson of the least developed countries, LDCs, I presided over the launch of the Doha Program of Action for LDCs for 2022 to 2031 in Doha, Qatar, under the auspices of the United Nations. And yet none of the 46 nations that are part of this program have a permanent representation on the UN Security Council, where decisions are made affecting its progress. This is unacceptable. 5 months ago, I led my nation in mourning the loss of over 1,000 Malawians, the displacement of over 500,000, and the destruction of crops and infrastructure that over 2 million depend on, following the devastation caused by Cyclone Freddy. And yet Malawi has no nation to permanently represent its interest on the UN Security Council, where the nations that are the greatest cause of climate change remain unaccountable for meeting their obligations for climate change mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. That is unacceptable. In the face of these global challenges, Malawi is determined to work with Brics nations to promote multilateralism and uphold international law in a new and better framework, because Malawi is not satisfied with the post-colonial geopolitical framework that has failed to deliver equitable prosperity for our people. We must reboot the system. We must reboot it now. And we are here to help Brics nations design the software. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, President. I now call upon His Excellency, President Filipe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Caro irmão e bom vizinho, Sua Excelência Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República de África do Sul e Presidente de exercício Brics. Senhores Presidentes e chefes de governos das nações de Brics, senhores Presidentes e Ministros dos Estados convidados, Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, ao iniciar a minha intervenção como Estado convidado a esta Cimeira dos Brics, quero, em nome da República de Moçambique e em meu próprio, agradecer o honroso convite endereçado por Sua Excelência Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República de África do Sul. Esta participação confere-me a oportunidade de participar nos diálogos Brics Plus e Brics Outreach, fórum que constitui dos mecanismos importantes de fortalecimento da cooperação internacional e promoção de aceleração do crescimento econômico dos países emergentes e em desenvolvimento. Senhor Presidente, na dinâmica da atualidade, a cooperação multilateral para o desenvolvimento constitui grande desafio para a esfera das relações entre os Estados na perspectiva de inclusão do Sul global nos sistemas multilaterais como forma de promover o crescimento econômico. Permitam-me que ressalte alguns aspectos que, a nosso ver, são críticos no contexto atual. Primeiro, aspecto relevante que decorre de recuperação econômica no período pós-Covid-19, apesar de haver indícios de uma trajetória de melhoria na maioria dos países, ainda prevalecem fatores negativos que amortecem a velocidade de crescimento, nomeadamente a persistência da inflação em quase todo o mundo e a alta das taxas de juros nos países credores acarretou o aumento de custo de financiamento para os países africanos. Esta realidade implica o aumento do serviço da dívida, a quebra das reservas externas, com consequência na depreciação cambial. Segundo, aspecto crítico que se relaciona com a transição energética e as mudanças climáticas. O efeito, o nosso continente tem contributo insignificante nas emissões de carbono e é habitado por milhões de pessoas que ainda não têm acesso à energia. Ao mesmo tempo, Os nossos países são vítimas de ciclones tropicais e secas recorrentes, com impacto na produção agrícola, o emprego para os jovens, a qualidade da vida das pessoas e a deslocação de milhares de pessoas dentro do continente em relação à Europa. Assim, torna-se premente que se adote uma transição energética justa, que permita a capitalização do potencial econômico dos países africanos com recursos energéticos em desenvolvimento, que indubitavelmente jogam um papel fundamental na segurança energética global nas próximas décadas. Terceiro, a industrialização por via da consolidação de cadeias de valor regionais de diversos produtos, tendo por base a edificação de infraestruturas que liguem o continente africano para potenciar a zona do comércio livre continental. Ressalta como importante o processamento de produtos agrícolas e minerais estratégicos nos nossos países, combinando recursos de vários países para ganhos de economias de escala e acesso à energia em condições viáveis, onde Moçambique deverá desempenhar um papel importante face ao potencial da sua matriz energética e localização geográfica estratégica. Senhores presidentes e chefes de Estados dos BRICS, a iniciativa de cooperação dos BRICS com países não BRICS, como Moçambique, aliada à sua expansão, configura uma mais-valia para a materialização das iniciativas africanas refletidas na Agenda 2063 para o desenvolvimento de África em consonância com as agendas das comunidades regionais. Este desenvolvimento só serão possíveis com paz e estabilidade. O combate cerrado ao terrorismo, a pirataria marítima no continente africano e no mundo, tendo por base os fóruns multilaterais com participação ativa dos países menos desenvolvidos, em linha com os ditames da lei internacional e sem influências de rivalidades geopolíticas. Por último, gostaria de mais uma vez saudar a iniciativa dos BRICS relativas ao novo Banco de Desenvolvimento que deverá reduzir o déficit de infraestruturas no continente africano. Saudamos o fato de privilegiar o componente de financiamento de infraestruturas econômicas e sociais vitais, sendo de destacar a necessidade concreta de construção de estradas e pontes, escolas e hospitais, barragens e outros sistemas de retenção e gestão da água, entre outros. Estas infraestruturas bastante importante no impulso do progresso econômico, que poderá criar o bem-estar para os moçambicanos. Senhores presidentes, excelências, ao associar-se a estes diálogos moçambiques, falo com a convicção de que BRICS pode construir mais uma forma de destaque para compartilhar interesses e esforços através de ações concretas, propiciando benefícios mútuos num ambiente de complementaridade e solidariedade que caracteriza o Sul global em diversas questões de interesse estruturantes dos nossos Estados. Muito obrigado pela atenção. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your attention.
Thank you, President. My next speaker will be, and it is an honor to call upon President Hage Geingob, the President of the Republic of Namibia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and host of the 15th BRICS Summit, and other excellencies who are members of BRICS, other heads of state and government, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my gratitude and appreciation to President Cyril Ramaphosa for hosting this important BRICS Africa outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue. The attendance of so many African nations today under the BRICS Africa Outreach Initiative is testimony to the strong desire and commitment of Your Excellencies to the expansion of BRICS through greater African and South-South participation and cooperation in global economic and financial affairs. The historical dominance of the Bretton Woods financial institutions, whose modus operandi is built on low conditionalities and political prescriptions, which has at times bordered on disregard for national sovereignty, has increased the appetite among many nations for a counterweight such as BRICS. Hence, BRICS offers that alternative option by assuring like-minded countries an opportunity to participate and do business in an international economic and financial system which is based on universally recognized international principles and values such as non-interference in domestic affairs, mutual respect, and win-win cooperation. In Namibia, we too hold dear these principles as a condition sine qua non to build a shared, peaceful, and prosperous global community in which all countries, big and small, interact as sovereigns on equal footing, without any country being left out or subjected to the forceful imposition of particular value system. The African Union has themed this year the year of the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation. Namibia is at an advanced stage in the development of its green hydrogen industry and the supply of critical raw materials, including lithium, which is needed for the green energy transition as part of our fight against climate change. We invite you to come and invest and assist us in the development of the green energy infrastructure to consolidate regional energy value chains and offtake agreements. We are open for business. In conclusion, I trust that this dialogue will elaborate on some of the crucial modalities of how an expanded BRICS Plus will function in the best interests of all its members. We hope that BRICS will not be divided like United Nations, which has a Security Council for the few of the veto powers, and a General Assembly for the majority of member states who don't enjoy the same privilege of a veto. We believe that an important global grouping of nations such as BRICS, which is born from a collective desire of the countries from the South to make the international order more just and equitable and favorable to peace and development for all, will, if that we do that, will go down or break down the barriers of division, confrontation, and conflicts. I wouldn't like, if we are going to have, and I don't know the conditions for membership for others, I wouldn't like to see we're going to have a BRICS, the original members to be like the United Nations Security Council, and the rest will be others, will be General Assembly members, no veto right. In that case, we're not adding anything. We are going to have a group of original members who will be the Security Council 5 with a veto rights, and we come in, if you come in as BRICS and others. Are you going to be named one by one, or just others who don't have any veto power or say? We must first report to you maybe, and then you approve, and then we can then say we are members. That kind of a situation is not going to be good. So since we are starting a new organization of equals, I'm not saying because Namibia is very small, but I'm saying because Namibia fought for freedom against South Africa, not serial South Africa, the other one. And we won. So therefore, I want equality. And I would like to know what are the conditions under which we, the small countries, will be members of the formed BRICS. With these very few remarks, I look forward to further engagement during this dialogue. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, President Gengop. BRICS does believe in equality, and I can assure you there won't be any UN Security Council effect in BRICS, with some countries having a veto power. Our belief in equality and respect is what really defines what BRICS is all about. So be rest assured, your fears must be waylaid. So fear not, my dear President. I now want to call upon His Excellency President Ibrahim Ghali, President of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, to take the floor.
فخامة الرئيس السيد رامابوسا، رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا، الرئيس الحالي للمنظمة أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي رؤساء الدول والوفود الممثلة لمجموعة البريكس، رفاقي أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي رؤساء دول ووفود منظمة الاتحاد الإفريقي، ضيوف قمة بريكس إفريقيا الأعزاء، الحضور الكريم، يطيب لي بداية أن أعرب عن جزيل الشكر والتقدير لجنوب أفريقيا، بلد نيلسون مانديلا، حكومة وشعبا برئاسة فخامة السيد الرئيس سيريل رامابوسا، على الدعوة الكريمة التي تلقيناها باسم مجموعة البريكس، وعلى ما حظينا به من كريم المفادة وحسن الاستقبال، وما وفرته من ظروف رائعة لإنجاح هذا الاستحقاق قمة بريكس الاتحاد الإفريقي. إفريقيا قارة تمتلك قدرات هائلة بشبابها الحيوي، وتزخر أرضها بثروات هائلة، إلا أنها عانت وما زالت تعاني من التهميش وحتى من الاستغلال والمديونية التي أفقرت العديد من بلدانها وحالت دون نموها الاقتصادي والاجتماعي. الجمهورية الصحراوية تعتبر أن السلام والاستقرار في قارتنا مرهون بتحمل المجتمع الدولي، وخاصة أعضاء مجلس الأمن لمسؤولياتهم في فرض احترام الشرعية بعيدا عن الكيد بمكيالين. فالجمهورية الصحراوية تخاطبكم من منطلق أنها تعاني اليوم في القرن 21 من ظلم صارخ وانتهاك سافر للقانون الدولي ونهب متواصل لثرواتها الطبيعية، بتدخل مخجل من أطراف دولية تسعى لفرض خيارات أحادية ظالمة، بما في ذلك على مستوى بعض أعضاء مجلس الأمن الدولي، تحول دون تمكين الشعب الصحراوي من استكمال سيادة بلده على كامل ترابه الوطني. وهكذا أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة فإن الجمهورية الصحراوية تعتبر أن نظاما عالميا متعدد الأطراف لكي يلبي اليوم تطلعات البشرية يجب أن يكون قائما على العدالة وسيادة القانون الدولي. لا بد له من أن يجعل من حقوق الشعوب في تقرير المصير والاستقلال ومن تصفية الاستعمار ومخلفاته أحد ركائزه الأساسية. لا بد له من أن يضمن خلق ديناميكية جديدة تقضي على الفوارق الظالمة سياسيا واجتماعيا واقتصاديا بين مختلف مناطق العالم وتصب في النهاية في مصلحة البشرية جمعاء. لا شك أن ذلك هو الفارق الذي سيميز مجموعة البريكس. كل النجاح والتوفيق لهذا اللقاء. شكرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you, President. My next speaker is His Excellency Carlos Villanova, President of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe.
Sua Excelência Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República da África do Sul. Excelências, chefes de Estado e de Governo do Brasil, da Rússia, da Índia e da China. Ilustres chefes de Estado convidados. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Quero, em primeiro lugar, agradecer o honroso convite que me foi formulado pelo Presidente Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República da África do Sul e Presidente pro tempore dos Brics, para, na minha qualidade de chefe de Estado de São Tomé e Príncipe, um pequeno Estado insular, participar nesta prestigiada 15ª Cimeira dos Brics, nomeadamente nesta reunião Brics África Outreach. Quero igualmente felicitar o Presidente Ramaphosa pela excelente iniciativa de ocasionar, uma vez mais, o encontro Brics África. A nossa presença aqui sublinha a importância de forjar parcerias entre os Brics e as nações de África, um continente repleto de potencial e oportunidades de crescimento, com vista ao desenvolvimento sustentável. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a Aliança Brics emergiu como uma força poderosa na cena mundial. Representa não só a proeza econômica, mas também o compromisso de promover a colaboração entre nações com histórias, culturas e aspirações diversas. Ao reunirmos-nos, reconhecemos a importância de aproveitar o nosso potencial coletivo para enfrentar os desafios que abrangem continentes e sociedades. O meu país, São Tomé e Príncipe, personifica a resiliência de uma nação que convive cotidianamente com complexidades dos recursos limitados e das restrições geográficas. Encaramos as nações que compõem os BRICS como parceiros valiosos da nossa caminhada rumo ao crescimento e ao desenvolvimento sustentável. Acreditamos que, ao combinarmos os nossos pontos fortes, podemos encontrar soluções inovadoras para desafios comuns, como as alterações climáticas, a redução da pobreza e o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas. Na verdade, uma abordagem colaborativa entre os BRICS e a África pode conduzir a avanços transformadores que proporcionarão a melhoria das condições de vida das nossas populações, no respeito da salvaguarda do nosso planeta. Excelências, o desenvolvimento sustentável não é apenas uma simples retórica, é um imperativo moral e uma responsabilidade partilhada. Os países que compõem o BRICS vêm demonstrando a sua dedicação a esta causa, por exemplo, através de iniciativas que promovem as energias renováveis, a transferência de tecnologia e o investimento responsável. Estas são algumas dentre muitas áreas em que a cooperação BRICS-África reveste-se de extrema relevância. Com efeito, ao alargar essas iniciativas às nações africanas, podemos promover um crescimento econômico inclusivo que ajude as comunidades mais vulneráveis. O meu país, por exemplo, pode servir de centro de experimentação de energias renováveis, demonstrando como as práticas sustentáveis podem ser integradas mesmo nos ambientes geograficamente mais limitados. Através do compartilhamento de melhores práticas e cooperação em políticas, poderemos adotar abordagens mais eficazes para enfrentar desafios socioambientais. O princípio do multilateralismo inclusivo está no centro das nossas aspirações. Num mundo cada vez mais interligado, é imperativo que os nossos parceiros reflitam a diversidade de perspectivas e vozes. A ênfase dos países BRICS numa ordem mundial multipolar alinha-se perfeitamente com o desejo de África de ter uma plataforma onde cada nação, independentemente da sua dimensão, possa contribuir de forma significativa. Assim, a parceria com os BRICS, além de configurar um espaço de cooperação mutuamente vantajosa, pode representar para as nações africanas uma plataforma para ampliar a sua presença no palco global, assegurando que as nossas preocupações são ouvidas e que as nossas soluções são integradas no discurso mais alargado. Ao concluir, e na convicção plena de que os nossos desafios, embora numerosos, não são insuperáveis, quero aqui reforçar a parceria entre os BRICS e a África. É um farol de esperança, um testemunho do poder de colaboração e dos objetivos partilhados. Juntos, podemos forjar um conjunto para o crescimento e desenvolvimento sustentável, a paz e o multilateralismo inclusivo. Agradecendo uma vez mais o convite que me foi formulado para participar neste importante evento, faço votos que as conclusões e deliberações aqui chegadas sejam válidas contribuições para construirmos um futuro em que as nossas nações e os nossos povos prosperem e o nosso mundo se torne um lugar mais justo e equitativo para todos. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, President. We now move on to my next speaker, and I ask His Excellency, President Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, Président.
Thank you very much, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Dear colleagues of member states of BRICS, and then invited
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général des Nations Unies,
the General Secretary of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen.
Merci, Président Cyril Ramaphosa.
Thank you, President Cyril Ramaphosa, for your kind invitation and then the generous hospitality that we received during this 15th BRICS Summit. I would like, before I start, to extend my gratitude, my warm gratitude, and congratulations to the member states that have just joined BRICS as a full member, namely Saudi Arabia, Argentina, Egypt, United Arab Emirates, Ethiopia, and then the Islamic Republic of Iran. That is an indication that BRICS is working in the direction of history. So we need to continue with this journey to extend, to expand more. So Senegal is saluting the spirit because we would like a new world order that will be more inclusive, more just, and then equitable. In a global context of world crisis aggravated with the impact of a high-intensity conflict. So I would like to raise 4 priorities that I think are more crucial. First of all, it's very important for us to work on a peaceful world environment in order to attenuate the effect of a crisis and then to avoid an escalation that can lead the humanity to a major crisis. Secondly, Senegal wish that the BRICS support fully advocacy of countries from the south for the implementation of a financial commitment agreed in regard to the Paris Agreement in relation to climate and also for the energy transition by taking into account responsibility, each one responsibility, and also this is like it's a delay in our process of industrialization, and also to have universal access to electricity, which more than 600 million Africans who do not have access to electricity. Thirdly, we are calling for the mobilization of a special draw for eligible countries and for the consequent implementation of a G20 initiatives post-COVID in the relation for the funding of South economies. So these issues are very pressing because from United Nations estimate 50 countries are behind with payment. So the majority of these countries, the least developed, the most vulnerable countries in climate change. Fourthly, the reform of a political governance, political, economic, and financial governance is an imperative. Everybody knows that the composition of main international institutions, their working methods, including their process of making decisions, do not reflect the world reality. So together we should work for the evolution of the United Nations Security Council, so that it could become more representative and then represent the interests of all the member states. It's the same for the reform of the evaluation systems in practical, mostly the over-evaluation in countries, in developing countries, in particular in African countries. That's lead and then lead to consequences to have a loan cost that are abusive, that goes even up to 80%, 8 times superior to developed countries. So I'd like to finish to thank our friend for BRICS for their support for the candidature of the African Union to G20. With regard to our subscription to G20, so we are contributing to an advent of a more inclusive multilateral. Thank you.
Thank you, President. I now have the honor to call upon His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, Republic of South Africa, and Chairman of the BRICS, Excellencies, heads of state and government, allow me to extend my sincere thanks to His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa for inviting me to attend this historic summit. Let me congratulate him for successfully organizing this remarkable event in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. As Africans, we are all proud to host a summit of this magnitude here in the continent. Excellencies, I would like to pay tribute to the founding members of Brics for their courage and bold leadership to create a new vision for a multipolar world. The world that is governed by inclusive and genuine economic interdependence. The theme of this historic summit, BRICS and Africa, partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism captures this new spirit. With BRICS, people in the global south can now imagine a new world where nations can cooperate and trade on mutually acceptable terms. With BRICS countries, we can enter into economic cooperation without any fear of strategic considerations of certain powerful states coming in between the mutually agreed economic and trade arrangements. Your Excellencies, given that BRICS stands for alliance with our vision of multilateral institutions, I am publicly announcing that South Sudan is interested in joining the bloc, subject to meeting criteria set by the organization. Like other states that have expressed their interest in joining this organization, we hope that BRICS will become for us the institution that believes in and cherish sovereign equality of states, not only in words, but also in its practices. As a young country with numerous development-related challenges, South Sudan will be looking at BRICS alternative financial system as an avenue to borrow from, to fast-track roads building, boost agricultural production, and in the long term, build its industrial and manufacturing capacity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. It's now my honor to call upon Her Excellency, President Samia Suluhu, President of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, heads of state and government of Brics member states, fellow heads of states and governments of the African Union member countries, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a pleasure and an honor to join you in this beautiful city of Johannesburg for the 15th Brics Summit. Mr. Chairman, allow me to use this brief time allotted to me to applaud you, members of the Brics, for keeping this association going since its establishment in 2009. Indeed, the international challenges that inspired the creation of Brics have evolved, and one may say to the worse. Henceforth, in the face of the poly crisis and rising global uncertainty, there is a great need to have a meaningful dialogue that seeks to find common solutions to common challenges. That's why I welcome and commend the selection of the theme for this dialogue. I'm very optimistic that this dialogue will advance deliberations geared toward resolving the complex challenges which our countries are facing both individually and collectively. Excellencies, one aspect which I personally consider critical in the course of the dialogue is the call to redouble efforts and take concrete actions to address the North-South divide so as to deepen strategic, financial, trade, investment, and economic partnerships based on a just international economic order. It is gratifying, however, to note that amidst these challenges, the Brics offer a possibility of coming up with a more equitable, balanced, and fair mechanism to deal with an international economic order that has thus far remained unattainable and an elusive aspiration. It is on these grounds that Brics African Partnership needs to focus on unlocking potential opportunities on the continent towards realization of both Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals, which includes the operationalization of African Free Trade Area. Forging ahead, Tanzania envisages the Brics African Partnership that supports African endeavors in promoting and strengthening regional value chains, and furthermore, partnership that can promote or help African producers to be able to gain access to broader export markets. Excellencies, the second issue which I wish to underscore is the continued relevance and the validity of multilateralism. I note with satisfaction that this has been captured in the theme of this summit. Indeed, multilateralism stands as the major tool in addressing most of global geopolitical challenges. And in this regard, as we convene in multilateral fora such as this one, we should not lessen our efforts to strengthen the United Nations. At its 78th years of existence, it remains the sole body with universal membership. And so, Tanzania, at this point, would wish to reiterate this in the strongest voice on the need to reform the UN Security Council to make it fairly representative, effective, and reflective of the current geopolitical realities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would wish to commend the Republic of South Africa for the excellent hosting of this summit. I should also commend the Brics countries for their efforts geared toward the advancement of the South-South as well as the African Agenda for Growth, Development, and Integration. It is Tanzania's hope that African issues and concerns, as well as priorities, will continue to feature in the upcoming BRICS engagements. The United Republic of Tanzania is and remains a staunch supporter of multilateralism, more inclusive and fair global system, a well-functioning financial architecture, and a deeper South-South cooperation. This regard to remain a true friend and partner of BRICS in all its interventions. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, President. Please accept my apology. I have to step out for a while. Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Deputy President of South Africa, will take the meeting forward as I now call upon His Excellency Dr. Joseph Dion Ngude, Prime Minister of the Republic of Cameroon.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, your brother and counterpart, the head of state of Cameroon, His Excellency Paul Biya, received your kind invitation to attend the 15th BRICS Summit here in Johannesburg. The head of state would have liked to be here in person, but owing to a prior engagement, he has asked me to represent him. I hereby take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to you, to your government, and to the friendly people of South Africa for the very warm welcome given to us since we arrived here, and of course, of the excellent arrangements you've made for this summit. At this moment, I would like to pay a vibrant tribute to the leaders of BRICS, their excellencies, Luis Inácio Lula da Silva of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Vladimir Putin of the Russian Federation, Narendra Modi of the Republic of India, whom we heartily congratulate for the successful landing of the space vessel on the south side of the moon. Excellency Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China, and of course our host Cyril Ramaphosa of the Republic of South Africa. I wish to emphasize that Cameroon has excellent cooperation ties with each of your countries. Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Further to the 14th BRICS Summit held in Beijing, China in June 2022, which affirmed the ambition to foster a high-quality partnership between the BRICS and open up a new era for global development. The BRICS leaders are at this 15th summit discussing the BRICS Africa Partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. The challenge is to ensure that we continue to work together to build solidarity around the core values that motivated the establishment of this important group. Our world is currently facing many challenges, including, amongst others, insecurity, terrorism, climate change, cybercrime, the militarization of space, and the malicious use of social media. Faced with these global challenges, the hopes and expectations of our people continue to grow. Individually, countries are finding it difficult to respond promptly and adequately. To this end, Cameroon welcomes and appreciates the various initiatives under discussion for the development of the African continent and for the drive towards a fairer more united, and more equitable world. This vision of the world is in line with that of Cameroon, based on a commitment to inclusive multilateralism, respect for the sovereignty of states, and other principles of peaceful coexistence in the quest for shared growth and co-prosperity. Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of the head of state, His Excellency Paul Biya, Cameroon is actively engaged in this path. In fact, Cameroon has embarked on a vigorous plan to implement the SDGs and the Agenda 2063 through the adoption of a national development strategy designed to make Cameroon an emerging country by 2035. For example, Cameroon is one of the pioneers in the implementation of the agreement on the African Continental Free Trade Area. In addition, Cameroon, in conjunction with other members of the Congo Basin Forest, which is one of the forest lungs of the world, is working actively to find solutions to climate change. To conclude, I would like to express the hope that the recommendations resulting from this summit will help to strengthen and consolidate cooperation between BRICS and Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite Prime Minister, His Excellency Saleh Kezabo of the Republic of Chad. You may make your statement, Prime Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you,
Excellence, Monsieur le Président des pays membres de BRICS. Excellence, Monsieur le Président à
head of state members of the BRIC, and then
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général des Nations Unies,
Mr. the Secretary
Monsieur le
General of
Président
the
des communautés
United
économiques
Nations,
régionales,
and then
Excellence,
chair of
Mesdames
the
et Messieurs.
economic regional
Permettez-moi de me
community.
joindre aux orateurs précédents pour
Allow
témoigner
me
ma
to join
sincère gratitude à
my
notre frère,
previous
Monsieur
predecessors
Cyril Ramaphosa,
to
Président de la République
congratulate
d'Afrique du Sud, à son
the
gouvernement,
President of South Africa, Cyril
ainsi qu'au
Ramaphosa,
peuple frère
his
d'Afrique du
government,
Sud
and also
pour l'accueil
the
et l'hospitalité
people of South Africa
qui
for
nous
their
ont
warm
été réservés
welcome that
depuis notre arrivée à
reserved
Johannesburg.
to us since we arrived in Johannesburg.
Permettez-moi aussi
Allow me
de vous
also
informer
to
que,
inform you
compte tenu
that
d'engagements de dernière
given
minute,
the last minute
Son Excellence Mahamat
commitment,
Idriss
His
Déby
Excellency
Itno, président de
Mahamat
transition,
Idriss
président de
Déby,
la République du
the
Tchad,
President of a transition,
et
the
président
President of
en
a Chad,
exercice
and
de la
the
SENSAD,
President of a
n'a pas pu faire
SENSAD
le déplacement
could not
pour être avec nous
travel
aujourd'hui.
to be with us
Cependant,
today. Therefore,
il m'a chargé de livrer son
so he
message.
asked me to
Message
come and
que
deliver his
voici et que je
message,
vous lis
the message that
intégralement.
I was going to read
Citation.
for you as it is written.
Je voudrais exprimer ma profonde
I'd like
gratitude
to
à tous les
express my
membres de
gratitude
BRICS
to the members
pour
of
cette
BRICS
invitation qui
for
est
this
une marque de
invitation,
considération
which
pour
is
notre
a
organisation, la
sign of
SENSAD,
consideration for us
et
in
qui sera
SENSAD,
pour nous l'occasion
which will be
d'évoquer les
an
défis de
opportunity
l'heure
for us to deal
qui
with
méritent l'attention du
challenges
BRICS
of
pour un
the
développement
time
harmonieux.
that requires special
Excellence,
attention.
Mesdames et Messieurs,
Excellency, ladies
le
and
thème
gentlemen,
de ce sommet
the theme
intitulé
of this
les
summit
BRICS et l'Afrique,
titled
partenariat pour une croissance
Partnership
mutuellement
BRICS and
accélérée,
Africa for an
un
accelerated
développement durable
for
et un
an
multilatéralisme
accelerated growth,
inclusif,
mutual growth,
m'amène
and
à rappeler à
inclusivity,
votre
remind
assemblée
me to
la
remind
situation
your
des pays membres de la SENSAD
meeting
dans
that
un contexte
the
mondial
member of
marqué
in
par
a
des
world
luttes pour relever
context
le défi du
to
développement,
deal with
vivre
challenges of
ensemble,
development, to
la
live
paix
together in
et
peace
de la stabilité
and then
politique.
political stability.
Je voudrais rappeler
I
que
would
les
like
pays
to
membres de la
remind
SENSAD,
that
à l'instar d'autres
member
pays,
state
traversent
of
une période
SENSAD, there
charnière
are
de
also
leur
other
histoire
countries that are going through
où la
some
paix
challenges
et la
where
stabilité
the
font
peace
l'objet de
and
défis
then
permanents.
stability are
En effet,
permanent challenges.
la situation
So in
sécuritaire dans
fact,
la
the
région
security
sahélo-saharienne
situation in
est pour
Sahel
nos États membres
region
l'un des
is
plus
for
grands
our
défis en matière
member
de lutte
states
contre le
a
terrorisme,
challenge
et l'extrémisme violent en raison
notamment
de la circulation d'armes légères et de petits calibres, de criminalité transnationale organisée et autres. En effet, de 2011 à 2023, nous avons été témoins de la dégradation de la situation en Libye, causée par les puissances internationales, dont les conséquences sont toujours visibles dans le Sahel et dans le bassin du lac Tchad. La situation sécuritaire dans nos États respectifs s'est en même temps progressivement dégradée comme par un effet domino. Le dernier exemple en date est le Soudan, qui vit actuellement l'une des pires périodes de son histoire, avec des millions de personnes déplacées ou réfugiées, notamment au Tchad. Ces réfugiés ont besoin d'aide d'urgence qui tarde à se mobiliser. C'est le lieu d'appeler les Brics et l'ensemble de la communauté internationale à faire preuve de plus d'humanisme et de solidarité, à l'image de ce que nous avons observé ailleurs dans le monde. Les États membres de la SENSAT font face à cette situation avec responsabilité et détermination afin d'assurer leur part de l'histoire et leur contribution au développement humain et social global. Malgré ces défis, les pays membres de la SENSAT et particulièrement le Tchad demeurent des pays d'opportunités économiques qui doivent intéresser tous les pays de BRICS. Nous avons une population jeune et de ce fait, l'avenir nous appartient. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les États membres de notre communauté économique régionale disposent d'énormes ressources agricoles, de forts potentiels en élevage et de riches terres, aussi bien en surface qu'en profondeur. Nos pays peuvent-ils se révéler être d'excellents partenaires pour les entreprises des BRICS dans les domaines précités? Nos États ont besoin d'accompagnement pour la modernisation et l'exploitation responsable de ces ressources du sol et du sous-sol. Les BRICS, par leurs actions, pourront aider les pays de la SENSAT à élever leurs standards et à s'arrimer aux normes internationales en matière d'exploitation minière et de production agro-silvo-pastorale. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, rien ne peut se réaliser dans un échange économique certain. À cet effet, rien de concret ne peut se réaliser sans un échange économique certain. À cet effet, nous invitons les pays membres des BRICS à inciter leurs banques commerciales à faire s'installer dans nos pays pour fluidifier les échanges entre nos États, financer le développement des infrastructures dans un contexte mondial dominé par une architecture financière internationale de plus en plus contestée. C'est ici le lieu de saluer la naissance de la Banque de développement des BRICS. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, tout autour de nous, nous constatons que le monde change. Nous ne devons donc pas rester des spectateurs pour subir des lois anciennes qui ne favorisent pas notre essor. Ayons le courage de remettre en cause toutes les institutions qui sont nées après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale et qui ont été conçues sans tenir compte de nous, de nos intérêts et de nos populations. Oui, le monde change. Toutes ces institutions, tous ces modes de développement, toutes ces architectures ont été conçues non pas pour notre vrai essor, mais pour notre exploitation. Dans ces conditions, mettons-y fin. Et à l'instar de la conférence de Bandung de 1955, instaurons un nouveau courant de solidarité et nous saluons la création des BRICS. Nous saluons l'adhésion d'un certain nombre de pays, dont les pays africains, l'Égypte et l'Éthiopie. Et je vous déclare solennellement ici que le Tchad souhaite y adhérer dès maintenant. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Jean Michael Sama Lukonde, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo. You may now deliver your input.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Excellences, membres du BRICS. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les chefs d'État, de gouvernement et chefs de délégation, Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, distingués invités. C'est pour moi un honneur mérité que d'être convié au nom de son Excellence, Monsieur Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, président de la République démocratique du Congo, à ce 15e sommet des BRICS. Je voudrais, comme d'autres avant moi, remercier sincèrement le gouvernement de la République sud-africaine pour l'accueil chaleureux réservé à moi-même et à ma délégation. Ce sommet s'inscrit dans la dynamique du changement de paradigme macroéconomique et géopolitique du monde et place nos États respectifs devant leur responsabilité de trouver des solutions appropriées aux grands défis qui se posent à l'humanité, à l'instar de la pandémie à Covid-19, du changement climatique, de l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable à l'horizon 2030, de la transition énergétique et de la biodiversité. Face à toute cette réalité, il y a lieu de relever que de Ekaterinbourg en Russie en 2009, à Johannesburg en Afrique du Sud en 2023, il y a certes des pas qui ont été franchis, notamment celui de l'existence de la Banque de développement et d'un fonds commun de réserve de change des BRICS, afin de consolider l'optimisme à affronter les problèmes qui se posent à l'humanité. Au regard de cette avancée, et devant apporter sa contribution à cet édifice, la République démocratique du Congo, qui affronte les défis d'une guerre d'agression injuste dans sa partie Est, vient à ce sommet comme pays solution. Pays solution en ce que la République démocratique du Congo dispose d'un potentiel et des atouts qui constituent un apport indéniable aux défis que je venais d'énumérer. Primo, de par son étendue, c'est un vaste territoire de 2 345 410 km², disposant de 80 millions d'hectares de terres arables, utiles au développement des grands projets agricoles. Mon pays héberge une main-d'œuvre de plus de 50 millions de jeunes. Secondo, sur le plan des écosystèmes, elle dispose d'un massif forestier protecteur de la couche d'ozone d'environ 155,5 millions d'hectares, soit 10% des forêts tropicales de la planète et plus de 60% des forêts du bassin du Congo. En plus d'importantes réserves des écosystèmes naturels de la planète, des tourbières, puis de plus de 30 gigatonnes de dioxyde de carbone et de plus, avec sa faune et sa flore, la République démocratique du Congo est classée 5e puissance mondiale en biodiversité. Tertio, pour ce qui est de la réponse au déficit énergétique, mon pays dispose d'un potentiel photovoltaïque estimé à 70 000 MW grâce à son exposition naturelle sous la ligne de l'équateur, mais également un important potentiel énergétique d'environ 37% du potentiel africain et 6% du potentiel mondial, et est en mesure de fournir plus de 100 000 MW grâce à son barrage hydroélectrique de Inga. Quattro, au sujet de la transition énergétique, il y a lieu de relever la République démocratique du Congo détient au-delà de 60% de la production mondiale de cobalt. Outre le lithium, qui est assez connu, mon pays regorge d'autres minéraux critiques qui entrent dans la fabrication des batteries et des piles à hydrogène, et dont la demande augmente sans cesse pendant cette ère des énergies renouvelables. Au regard de tous ces atouts, j'aimerais bien attirer l'attention de tous à plus d'engagement financier dans les programmes destinés aux domaines cités, mais spécifiquement à ceux orientés vers nos centres semi-urbains et villages concernés par la transition énergétique et qui impliquent la protection de l'environnement. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État, de gouvernement et chefs de délégation, l'évaluation des potentialités que regorge mon pays m'amène à réaffirmer son caractère de pays solution. Car les investissements souhaités et attendus et qui s'inscrivent dans une coopération multilatérale gagnant-gagnant permettront au monde d'affronter les défis qui se posent à lui sans heurts. Tout en réitérant mes remerciements, je souhaite plein succès à ces présentes assises. Et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May I now invite Prime Minister Dr. Mustafa Medbouli of the Arab Republic of Egypt. You may deliver your address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا ورئيس تجمع البريكس، أصحاب الفخامة رؤساء دول تجمع البريكس والدول الصديقة، السيدات والسادة، إنه لمن دواعي سروري أن أشارك اليوم في هذا الاجتماع الذي يعقد في إطار صيغة بريكس بلس تحت عنوان البريكس وأفريقيا، شراكة من أجل النمو المتسارع والتنمية المستدامة والعمل متعدد الأطراف الشامل. اسمحوا لي في مستهل حديث أن أتوجه بخالص التقدير إلى فخامة رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا على استضافة جوهانسبرغ لهذا الاجتماع المهم في هذا الظرف الاستثنائي الذي يمر به العالم، والذي يشهد تعقيدات غير مسبوقة تنعكس آثارها بشكل كبير على الدول النامية واقتصادياتها. السيدات والسادة، أود الترحيب بالخطوة التي أقرها تجمع البريكس اليوم باتجاه توسيع عضويته، والتي أثق في أنها ستساهم في جعل التجمع أكثر فاعلية وأكثر قدرة على التعبير عن رؤاه على الصعيد الدولي. ولقد حرصت مصر خلال السنوات الماضية على توثيق علاقاتها مع تجمع البريكس من خلال المشاركة في الجلسات المختلفة التي عقدت في إطار صيغة بريكس بلس، كما انضمت إلى بنك التنمية الجديد في عام 2021، ونتطلع إلى أن تكون مصر عضوا فاعلا ومؤثرا داخل التجمع من أجل الإسهام في جهوده الرامية إلى إيجاد حلول عملية قابلة للتنفيذ لمواجهة التحديات التي تعاني منها دولنا والتي تتطلب تكثيف التعامل المشترك في إطار التعاون الجنوب-جنوب. واسمحوا لي أن أستعرض رؤية مصر بشأن المجالات التي نرى أهمية التركيز عليها في إطار التعاون بين البريكس والدول النامية خلال المرحلة الراهنة، وهي كالتالي: أولاً، ضرورة تكثيف الجهود المشتركة للتعامل مع أحد أهم المخاطر التي تواجهها الدول النامية اليوم، وهي أزمة الغذاء وتبعاتها، وذلك من خلال تنسيق وتكثيف الجهود في إطار العمل متعدد الأطراف الدولي والإقليمي بما يلبي حاجات الدول النامية، بالإضافة إلى تطوير الزراعة والصناعات الغذائية وتحسين البنية التحتية في المناطق الريفية ونقل تكنولوجيا الزراعة ونظم الري الحديثة المستدامة. هذا بالإضافة إلى استعداد مصر بالتعاون مع المجتمع الدولي لاستضافة مركز عالمي لتوريد وتخزين الحبوب بما يسهم في مواجهة أزمة الغذاء العالمية. ثانياً، إصلاح الهيكل الاقتصادي والمالي الدولي لجعله أكثر إنصافاً وعدالة واستجابة لاحتياجات الدول النامية بما في ذلك الدول ذات الدخل المتوسط، ووضع آليات لتخفيف عبء الديون الخارجية عبر الإعفاء أو المبادلة أو السداد الميسر، بالإضافة إلى المقترحات ذات الصلة بحوكمة النظام المالي العالمي. كما نتطلع إلى دعمكم لما أطلقناه مؤخرا مع الدول الأفريقية الشقيقة من مبادرة تحت مسمى تحالف الديون من أجل التنمية المستدامة، بهدف خلق إطار مشترك لتنظيم معاملات الديون المستدامة خاصة للدول النامية متوسطة الدخل، بما يتضمن مبادلة الديون بمشروعات تنموية. هذا بالإضافة إلى أهمية العمل المشترك على تشجيع الصفقات المتكافئة والتبادل التجاري بالعملات المحلية فيما بين دول تجمع البريكس والدول النامية، وأيضا فيما بين الدول الأفريقية. ثالثا، أهمية البناء على نتائج مؤتمر كوب 27 الذي استضافته مصر في عام 2022 وتعزيز دور بنوك التنمية متعددة الأطراف والمؤسسات التمويلية في تمويل العمل المناخي، والعمل على تنفيذ مخرجات مؤتمر شرم الشيخ وتدشين صندوق لدعم الدول النامية في مواجهة الخسائر والأضرار ودعم جهود التحول العادل إلى الطاقة النظيفة والمتجددة. وفي هذا السياق نقدر أهمية تحقيق التوازن بين تأمين احتياجات دولنا من الطاقة وواجباتنا تجاه مواجهة أزمة المناخ العالمية. رابعا، ضرورة إعلاء مبادئ القانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة في العلاقات بين الدول، واحترام سيادة الدول وعدم التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية، والاستناد إلى المحافل الدولية المتعددة الأطراف والعمل الجماعي لمواجهة التحديات المشتركة والاعتماد على سياسات التهدئة والحوار والتفاوض من أجل التوصل إلى حلول سلمية للنزاعات، لا سيما وأن السلام والأمن والاستقرار شرط أساسي لتحقيق التنمية. خامسا، تعزيز التعاون بين البريكس وأفريقيا بهدف تحقيق المصالح المشتركة، بما يسهم في إطلاق الطاقات الغير المستغلة في الدول الأفريقية، وتستند رؤية مصر في هذا الصدد في ضوء رئاستها الحالية للجنة التوجيهية لرؤساء دول وحكومات وكالة الاتحاد الأفريقي للتنمية النيباد إلى دفع معدلات التكامل الاقتصادي والعمل على تسريع تنفيذ أجندة التنمية الأفريقية 2063 وكذا أهداف اتفاقية التجارة الحرة القارية، مع تسخير الخبرات والإمكانات المصرية في مجالات البنية التحتية والطاقة والاتصالات والتحول الصناعي والأمن الغذائي بمشاركة القطاع الخاص وبالتشاور المستمر مع أشقائنا في الدول الأفريقية. هذا بالإضافة إلى حشد الموارد المالية للمجالات ذات الأولوية لدول القارة من خلال تبني مقترح النيباد بإطلاق مبادرة فريق أفريقيا لحشد الموارد. وفي الختام، أود تأكيد تطلع مصر إلى تعزيز التعاون ومواصلة العمل المشترك مع دول البريكس في مختلف المجالات على المستويين الثنائي ومتعدد الأطراف، وترحيبها بكافة المبادرات والمشروعات التي تهدف إلى تحقيق المصالح المشتركة وبناء شراكة مستدامة. وشكرا لحضرتك.
Mutual interest, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'd like to now invite His Excellency, Mr. Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of the 15th BRICS Summit, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government of the Global South, ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Gathered here for the third BRICS Africa Outreach and BRICS Plus Dialogue, alongside the 15th BRICS Summit, I convey warm greetings from His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of Nigeria. Regrettably, due to pressing official matters at home, he couldn't join us today. President Tinubu, on behalf of the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, extends our deepest gratitude to the government and people of the Republic of South Africa for convening the 15th BRICS Summit and bringing together stakeholders from around the world. We are also witnesses to the host's warm hospitality, and my delegation and I are grateful to you for providing a home in Johannesburg for your brothers and sisters from the other edge of the Atlantic. The prevailing theme of this summit, BRICS and Africa, partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism, resonates as a compass guiding the trajectory of the world. It underscores the profound realization that the cornerstone of stability within our intricate multipolar landscape lies in fostering developmental partnerships. Your Excellencies, the disruptive events of the past and present years have rendered emerging economies and many developing countries vulnerable, leaving them in search of beneficial alliances. But I assure you that Nigeria is committed to shaping and fortifying the global framework and governance concerning all major international issues, particularly in the fields of economics, finance, environment, climate change, bridging the digital divide, adopting a comprehensive strategy towards debt alleviation, addressing food and energy insecurities, instituting post-pandemic recovery measures, and fostering financial inclusion within developing countries. Your Excellencies, the international global governance structure to which we currently adhere was established prior to the independence of the African continent and many countries in the global south. So it's indeed imperative to reform global governance to align with the realities of today's world and to acknowledge the necessity for partnerships that ensure shared prosperity, inclusivity, and sustainable development. Your Excellencies, the trajectory of President Tinubu's economic reforms and diplomatic alliances is intended to attract investments and partnerships to Nigeria, while aligning with international and regional cooperation that corresponds with the government's objectives. The new government, which began less than 3 months ago, is examining the variables and evaluating the scope and level of regional and global cooperation to pursue in order to establish Nigeria as a desired friend and partner. The government's final decisions will be determined once our ongoing in-depth discussions within the Economic Advisory Council, the National Assembly, and the Executive Council are concluded and adopted. It is needless to add that Nigeria is Africa's largest economy, and with a population of 220 million people, is undoubtedly the most populous country in Africa. Mr. Chairman, as we approach the target completion date of the Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, the reality of achieving the SDGs remain bleak for many countries, especially developing ones. These nations confront historical developmental vulnerabilities and challenges that are beyond their control. Thus, it is imperative for us to unite within regional groups and forge a novel form of international cooperation. This endeavor aims to foster global economic governance reform while enhancing the representation and voice of emerging market economies or developing countries. Your Excellencies, in a multipolar world, creating mutually beneficial partnerships is challenging, but can be overcome through proper alliances, realignments, and the use of rules-based multilateralism. The key is to establish effective partnerships that will effectively respond to these challenges, based on 1, harnessing the agricultural potential of our nations, 2, harnessing renewable energy to revolutionize Africa, 3, fostering technology, innovation, and job prospects for holistic and equitable progress, 4, collaborative efforts on climate change and nature-centered approaches to development, 5, strengthening vibrant private sector participation among countries of the global south, and 6, nurturing youth employment and skill building as a deterrent against terrorism, organized crime, and related challenges. 7, proactive crisis management and heightened resilience. And lastly, promoting proactive involvement of business leadership in shaping and improve an ideal landscape for trade and economic exchanges in the global south. We therefore look forward to working closely with BRICS members and other regional alliances. Our aim is to join forces with nations sharing our vision. Our aim is to foster a partnership aimed at expediting growth and sustainable development across the African continent and the global south. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite Her Excellency Ms. Jessica Walupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair, I am here to represent His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and to present to you his message, which reads as follows. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government of Brics countries and all other invited countries, I have sent Her Excellency, the Vice President Jessica Alupo, Major Retired, to represent us because I had an internal program that had been arranged long before. However, these are our brief comments. The human race has been here for 4.5 million years. Ever since man evolved into Homo sapien from lower primates. During all that time, man has faced two major oppressions. These are oppression by nature, e.g., disease, hunger, droughts, floods, earthquakes, etc., and oppression by fellow man, e.g., slavery, imperialism, aggression, feudalism, dictatorship, etc. Man has been responding to both oppressions. He has been responding to oppression by nature through scientific discoveries and better socio-economic organization. Hence, the discovery of fire 1.5 million years ago. The domestication of crops 10,000 years ago. The domestication of animals or livestock 10,000 years ago. The invention of the steam water pump in the year 1698 by Thomas Savery, and the invention of the steam engine in the year 1823 by George Stephenson, etc., etc., are all the phenomena that enabled man to handle better the oppression of man by nature. These are steps that the whole of the human race should welcome and share. Unfortunately, on account of ideological bankruptcy and parasitism, these advances in human knowledge are more often than not used to reinforce the oppression of man by man. That was the situation with the invention of the use of iron tools and weapons, the invention of gunpowder, etc., by some communities that pioneered these advances against those communities that were still lagging behind in respect to those inventions. God equipped man with 3 characteristics that have enabled him to find solutions to the 2 oppressions against man mentioned above. Oppression by nature and oppression by fellow man. The 3 characteristics are a superior brain, bipedalism or ability to walk on 2 legs, and a hand that can do work, create tools and use them to do work and create more complicated tools and machines. Therefore, oppression of man by nature, e.g. by droughts, floods, diseases, should not be a problem anymore if it was not for the parasitism which leads some actors not to share knowledge with others or use knowledge to oppress others. This distortion that needs to be
This is a distortion that needs to be combated. Your Excellency, by sharing scientific knowledge and management practices, many problems caused by nature to man would be solved if we also banish parasitism. The danger to the environment is, for instance, caused by greed and parasitism of some actors in the world and individual countries. Your Excellencies, the struggle against oppression of man by fellow man has been progressing, but again, with unnecessary interruptions caused by imperialism in the last 600 years, feudalism and other forms of dictatorships. In the fight for freedom from oppression of man by fellow men, it is important to remember what the Bible teaches us. In the book of Acts of the Apostles, chapter 17, verse 26, it goes as follows. And he has made from one blood every nation of man to dwell on all the face of the earth, and has determined their pre-appointed times and the boundaries of their dwellings, so that they should seek the Lord in the hope that they might grope for him and find him. I close quotes. Therefore, Your Excellencies, nations and the boundaries of those nations are the work of God, and nobody should interfere with the work of God. Imperialism is therefore a heathen, unchristian idea. Therefore, in the fight for the emancipation of man from oppression of man by fellow men, we should respect the choices of the different nations and countries. The Bible again states in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, I open quotes, "Let your light so shine before men that seeing your good deeds, praise our Father in heaven," I close quotes. In other words, influence people by example and not by coercion, manipulation, etc. Your Excellencies, bearing the foregoing in mind, you can see the relevance of the Brics effort. It is aghast with fresh air that after 600 years of slave trade, colonialism, genocides, imperialism, neocolonialism, aggressions, etc., a group has come up to illuminate a new way for human race, a new way that insists on justice, equality of people, and respecting independence of people and countries. Uganda therefore supports the effort of the Brics countries, and at the right time, we will want to join. I thank you, Your Excellencies. Signed, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. I now invite His Royal Highness Sheikh Saud bin Saad Mohammed Al-Qasimi, member of the Federal Supreme Court of the United Arab Emirates, ruler of Ras Al Khaimah. You have the floor. You will be followed by Botswana. Botswana, be ready.
فخامة سيريل رامافوزا رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي رؤساء الدول والوفود، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود في البداية أن أشكر فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا على التنظيم الناجح وكرم الضيافة التي تلقيناه من حكومة وشعب جنوب أفريقيا. نحن نقدر موافقة قادة مجموعة بريكس على ضم الإمارات العربية المتحدة
the UAE into this group. In the recent years, the UAE has continued its search to obtain membership in international organizations while committed to enhancing dialogue
إن نهجنا يقتضي الاستمرار في بناء الجسور والتعاون من أجل إيجاد الحلول للتحديات الأكثر إلحاحاً التي تواجه عالمنا مثل تغيير المناخ والفقر والحصول على الرعاية الصحية والتعليم للفئات الأكثر ضعفاً في مجتمعاتنا والعديد من الفجوات التنموية الأخرى كما يجب علينا أن نغتنم الفرصة للتواصل مع الدول والشعوب في هذه المجموعة وخارجها لتحقيق الرخاء والتقدم والاستقرار على نطاق عالمي يجمع كافة الشعوب على هذا الكوكب. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة إن مجموعة البريكس التي تمثل ربع الاقتصاد العالمي وموطنا لنحو نصف سكان العالم تستعد للقيام بدور محوري وأكبر في تشكيل الأجندة الدولية وتحديد الأولويات العالمية في السنوات المقبلة. وفي هذا الصدد أرى أنه من المهم التأكيد على أن الإمارات العربية المتحدة تعد من أهم الشركاء التجاريين والاستثماريين للدول الأعضاء في مجموعة البريكس حيث بلغ حجم التجارة غير النفطية 677 مليار دولار وبلغت تدفقات الاستثمار 38 مليار دولار بين عام 2018 من الجدير بالذكر أن الإمارات العربية المتحدة هي أيضا ثاني دولة غير مؤسس وأول اقتصاد في الشرق الأوسط ينضم إلى بنك التنمية الجديد في عام 2021 مما يؤكد إدراكنا المبكر للدور المحوري الذي يمكن أن تلعبه منصة بريكس في تعزيز التنمية العالمية والنمو الاقتصادي للجميع. ومن جهة أخرى أظهرت دولة الإمارات التزاما راسخا بالمشاركة السياسية والدبلوماسية الوثيقة مع الدول الأعضاء في مجموعة بريكس وعلى نطاق أوسع من خلال اتباع نهج متوازن ومنفتح في التعامل مع الشؤون الدولية سواء في سياق مؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغيير المناخ COP 28 المقبل المقرر عقده في دبي في نوفمبر أو في غيره من المنتديات المتعددة الأطراف البارزة. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة إن عقد اجتماع اليوم في أفريقيا يرمز إلى هدفنا المشترك المتمثل في بناء قدر أكبر من الشمولية الدولية والاحترام المتبادل. تحرص دولة الإمارات على الاستفادة من المنصات الدولية المحورية بما في ذلك البريكس لإقامة شراكات جديدة ودعم أجندة التنمية في أفريقيا والجنوب العالمي باعتبارها شريكا تجاريا ومستثمرا رئيسيا في القارة الأفريقية. السيدات والسادة اسمحوا لي أن أجدد التأكيد بأن دولة الإمارات باعتبارها دولة تقع على مفترق طرق التجارة العالمية تحرص باستمرار على تعزيز السلام والاستقرار والازدهار في الشرق الأوسط وتتطلع إلى تطوير شراكة أوثق مع مجموعة البريكس الآن وفي المستقبل لقد سعدت بمناقشاتنا اليوم وأود مرة أخرى أن أجدد تقديري لدعوته للمشاركة في هذا الحدث الفاعل الذي يأتي في الوقت المناسب والحاسم وشكرا لكم جميعا.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. And now invite His Excellency Slamba Tsohwane, Vice President of the Republic of Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, allow me to recognize His Excellency Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of Brics, and his deputy. Allow me, equally important, to observe that the Brics leaders have already been recognized. Allow me to deem protocol as observed. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the Brics Summit host, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa of the Republic of South Africa, to have invited His Excellency Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Masisi, the President of the Republic of Botswana, to participate in Brics Africa Outreach and Brics Plus Dialogues under the theme Brics and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism. Unfortunately, due to other pressing commitments, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Botswana, who would have loved to be here, is unable to be here today. His Excellency has delegated me to represent him. Today's theme is apt because it acknowledges and recognizes the important role the Brics plays in promoting strategic partnerships that spur accelerated growth and sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism, particularly for developing regions such as Africa. Excellencies, it is worrisome that economic growth on the African continent remains sluggish, dragged down by a series of severe and mutually reinforcing shocks, including COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, surging inflation, and low investment growth, food and energy crisis, to mention but a few. Excellencies, despite being hit by a confluence of shocks, African economies remain resilient. However, there's need to accelerate growth by, among others, scaling up energy investments. 2, increasing the employability of workers as well as the productivity of enterprises through skills development. 3, enhancing digital cooperation and developing dynamic innovation ecosystems. 4, partnering with countries of Global South in creating mechanisms for intellectual property protection and commercialization. 5, strengthening participation in manufacturing global value chains through increasing value-added exports and promoting innovation. And 6, lastly, broadening and diversifying financial products. Mr. Chairman, recognizing that Brics economies represent a significant share of both global trade and world GDP, there is an opportunity to enhance economic cooperation and open new opportunities, boost economic exports and attract foreign investment to the African continent. Excellencies, the Sustainable Development Goals report of 2023 illustrates that halfway to the deadline of 2030 agenda, we are leaving more than half of the world behind, casting doubt of the likelihood of realizing sustainable development goals. On that note, Mr. Chairman, I must recognize milestones by different countries. They demonstrate pockets of successes. In that note, Mr. Speaker, in the context of the health target of the Global Sustainable Development Goal, Botswana has achieved a milestone under what is regarded as 95-95-95. We are able, or we have been able to achieve 95-98-98. This is what raises hope, Mr. Chairman. Within the African Union, we are gearing up into second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, whose goals and targets have a 70% inherent interconnections with those of Agenda 2030. Excellencies, about half of the Agenda 2030 targets are off track. Then inevitably, Africa's Agenda 2063 is also in peril. Like Agenda 2063, Mr. Chairman, there exists an SDG financing gap that is exacerbated by climate change and conflict on the African continent. Clearly, reforms of the global finance system and more targeted financing solutions are needed to get back on track to meet the global goals. The BRICS New Development Bank stands to make a meaningful impact in providing valuable resources to help fill the massive gap in investment and infrastructure and sustainable development in developing countries. Excellencies, Botswana remains committed to a more equitable, inclusive, and effective international order. We are of the conviction that Africa ought to have an enhanced presence and voice at the table of global diplomacy. For us, this is a legitimate demand as Africa is increasingly being recognized as a new center of power, as others already stated today. Today's dialogues are a perfect platform to continue efforts towards a more representative, fairer, and balanced international order. Excellencies, we note with keen interest the BRICS leaders' ongoing discussions on BRICS expansion, underscoring the growing significance of this bloc. We view the BRICS family as an important trade and development partners, sources of foreign direct investment, and champions of the interests of the global South. On trade, we are also following the BRICS leaders' discussions on the possibility to use local currencies in trading. Under the African Continental Free Trade Area, a Pan-African payment and settlement system has been launched in 2022 that enables the efficient flow of money across African borders, bringing about financial integration. We believe that this payment system will shape the ebb and flow of not only intra-Africa trade, but also trade with countries of the global South and the rest of the world. As previous speakers have clearly stated, partnerships in a bedrock of the BRICS since its founding. In this respect, I commend the BRICS country to promoting inclusivity and engagement with our beloved continent of Africa through the BRICS Africa Outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue. Before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, I would like, Mr. Chairman, because of other pressing commitments, to seek leave immediately as I have concluded. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance for a long day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency General Nyikadzino Chiwenga, Vice President of Zimbabwe. Huh?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of the BRICS, heads of states and governments, honorable ministers, Your Excellencies, shareholders of the new Development Bank, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, who could not be here because of we are running currently, we have got an election currently going on in our country. And I quote his message. On behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and on my own behalf, I wish to express profound appreciation to you, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, and the people of the Republic of South Africa for your warm welcome and the hospitality extended to my delegation since their arrival in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. Let me commend you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me and other leaders of the African countries to attend this auspicious summit and to engage in the dialogue with the BRICS leaders. Your efforts to ensure that the African continent is placed on the agenda of BRICS are highly commendable. Mr. President, you are lobbying for concrete support from the BRICS nations towards Africa's development is indeed an attestation of South Africa's commitment to the ethos of the Pan-Africanism and South-South cooperation. Excellencies, this summit comes at a time when some countries from the global north are politicizing and weaponizing the global economy at the detriment of small and developing nations. The world is under pressure from multiple complex and interconnected crises, which the strong take advantage of the most vulnerable among the community of nations. Actions that incite conflicts, distort international norms, are now sacrosancted, whilst the Cold War mentality broke confrontation, protectionism, unilateralism, and the imposition of illegal, unilateral, politically motivated coercive measures ensue, encouraged by the powerful countries in the global north. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, although global development has suffered major setbacks due to the evolving security challenges, this group of emerging economies has upheld the spirit of peace than of war, the spirit of progress than regression, the spirit of openness than isolation, the spirit of cooperation than confrontation, inclusiveness and win-win cooperation. This group has practiced true multilateralism and achieved solid results in pragmatic and mutual coexistence. To us, BRICS is family, and it is our hope that with the joining of more developing countries, BRICS will represent the global south with a louder voice on the world stage. Developing countries should stand together and refuse to be intimidated by imperialist behavior. We should reject zero-sum games, power politics, and unite towards the main goal of building a community with a shared future for mankind. Excellencies, Zimbabwe, like many other countries in Africa, is committed to pursuing a path of sustained economic growth and transformation through continental integration. We are pleased to be working with the BRICS partners to successfully implement our market integration objectives. All African countries and BRICS nations share similar views and interest in improving and reforming the current international order and global governance system. The world needs a just global order which provides the future we want, which leaves no one and no place behind. Excellencies, let me take this opportunity to express the strong and unwavering intent of Zimbabwe to join the BRICS alliance. Zimbabwe as a nation recognizes the immense value and potential that BRICS holds for the economic and political development of our country and the African continent as a whole. As a country, Zimbabwe perceives how BRICS represents a formidable alliance that fosters a multipolar and inclusive world order. Joining this alliance would provide Zimbabwe with a unique opportunity to collaborate with like-minded nations and harness the benefits for collective strength. Excellencies, as a country, Zimbabwe applauds the establishment of the new development bank and the proposal to use local currencies between member states in the BRICS and other countries of the South. Like other countries of the South, Zimbabwe hopes to benefit from the new development bank as an alternative source of funding for developmental projects. I am pleased to inform you that despite our detractors to undermine our democracy, which we fought for through the armed struggle, Zimbabwe successfully held the much anticipated 2023 harmonized general elections in accordance with our laws. We are also guided and informed by the SADC principles and guidelines governing elections, as well as the AU Declaration on Principles Governing Democratic Elections in Africa. These were elections in which all parties were free to campaign in all areas of the country. Elections which competing ideas were discussed and debated freely and openly. I took it upon myself and other opposition leaders to preach the message of peace, non-violence, harmony, love, and unity before, during, and after the elections. Zimbabweans went out in their millions to define their destiny and shape their future, calmly and peacefully, in full glare of a broad spectrum of international observers and global media. The electorate exercised this democratic right to elect leaders of its choice. Let me assure you that Zimbabwe will continue to be peaceful as we wait for the announcement of the harmonized general election results by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission in line with our laws. In conclusion, let me assure you that as a country, we are fully behind BRICS in its role on Africa's development in line with the theme of this summit, BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism, cross-court, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Don Pramudwinai, Deputy Prime Minister and also Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Paul Mashatile, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable President and Prime Minister, distinguished delegates. I wish to thank the government of South Africa for hosting this BRICS Plus meeting at a time and juncture where vision, courage, and leadership are so needed to meet the increasingly complex challenges of our world. BRICS provides a foreground for the growing clout and role of emerging economies that could rise above the political and ideological divide. It represents a novel type of cooperation that not only recognizes but respects each nation's sovereign rights. It seeks to find a common ground for advancing tangible and intangible developments that are inclusive and sustainable, and based on the shared interest and common benefits of our peoples. After all, rising tide should raise all boats. Thailand welcomes the decision of BRICS leaders to expand the grouping's membership so it truly represents the world's diversity and inclusive development. On our part, Thailand has partaken in all 3 BRICS Plus meetings since it was launched in 2017. Our participation is not just to show up, but to demonstrate our shared vision with that of BRICS and our commitment to quality development as a unifying and enabling factor of world peace and common prosperity. On the matter of African outreach, our engagement with Africa dates back over a few decades. We have projects in more than 50 African nations, providing scholarships, sharing our development models of sufficiency economy philosophy that focuses on sustainability and grassroots participation to foster that sense of ownership. We share our experience in the new bio-circular green economic model that highlights the complementarity between development and environmental equilibrium. 2 facts evident in BRICS and BRICS Plus efforts is the importance of multilateralism and cooperative competition, or co-opetition, that leads to the constructive outcomes for all involved. Because its primary motivation is not to win at the expense of others, but rather to gain and optimize knowledge of relative competence for development and cooperation. Your Excellencies, Mr. Deputy President or President at this juncture, distinguished delegates, Thailand shares the same fundamental policy direction with BRICS and BRICS Plus of enhancing the role of emerging economies and South-South collaboration in addressing the global governance, as well as the multifaceted human security, being it in the realm of economy, finance, infrastructure, food, energy, or climate change, etc., etc. We seek to further engage with BRICS and all partners in furtherance of the fulcrum for peace, growth, and sustainable development and inclusive multilateralism. Our parting plea to this congregation now here today and the world at large is that we all should strive for peace and unity and turn our differences into our strength for development, not the justification for war and conflicts. I trust that the goal and objective of every government is the betterment of the livelihood of our peoples, not the infliction of sufferings and deprivation. Such is not an unattainable lofty ideal, but our guiding realism as envisioned by the Secretary General of the United Nations in his new agenda for peace. Thank you, BRICS, and thank you, Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Dr. Ziad Abu Amin, Deputy Prime Minister of the State of Palestine.
His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency, the Chair, Paul Mashatile, the Vice President of the Republic of South Africa. On behalf of President Mahmoud Abbas, the President of the State of Palestine, I convey the warmest regards and deep gratitude to Your Excellencies for inviting Palestine to this summit. And I also convey the greetings of our President to the leaders of the Brics group, as well as to all the leaders and participants in this important gathering. Excellencies, as we gather here today at this momentous summit, we are reminded of the remarkable resilience demonstrated by South Africa in its long journey towards freedom and justice. Just as South Africa's unwavering spirit inspired the whole world, we, the people of Palestine, draw strength from that narrative of a triumph over apartheid, oppression, and injustice. I stand before you as a representative of a nation that has time and again demonstrated its unyielding commitment to peace, justice, and human dignity. We are honored to be here among the distinguished leaders of Brics, nations that collectively hold the potential to shape the path of a global progress. Our presence in this summit as one of the friends of Brics, a coalition of nations eager to join this dynamic alliance, bears testimony to our shared aspirations for progress and prosperity. We recognize the significance of Brics as a beacon of cooperation, paving the way for a new era of global economic development and equitable growth. We in Palestine fully embrace the goals of the Brics countries and the summit are trying to achieve, be it managing the dangers of climate change, enhancing sustainable social and economic development, fighting poverty, and ensuring equality and justice in this world of ours. While respecting the Brics' unique conditions for entry, Palestine hopes that the Brics nation would consider at some point our request to become an observant or an associate member in this strategic dialogue. We wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, so please keep the door open for us to become a part of this vital alliance. We are firm believers in justice, mutual respect, and shared prosperity with the Brics leaders and countries which the Brics leaders and countries are promoting. And now, as we set our sights on the future, we call on each of our friends to support us to end the Israeli occupation of our country, to extend international protection to the people of Palestine. It's crucial to support our bid to become a full member of the United Nations. This endeavor represents a tangible step towards ensuring a just and lasting peace in our region. Thank you all for your support for the just cause of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now we invite Dr. Abdul Latif bin Rashid Al Zayani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all of you. I'm very pleased to take part in this forum on behalf of Bahrain and to convey the greetings of His Highness Mohammed bin Isa and his Crown Prince, and also to convey their wishes that this summit become a success.
أن البحرين تقدر مجموعة البريكس باعتبارها شريكا رئيسيا للعديد من الدول في تعزيز الأمن والاستقرار والتنمية المستدامة في العالم، وترحب بالرؤية التي تعكس عالما أكثر عدلا وإنصافا وازدهارا للجميع. وقد سرتنا إنجازات مجموعة البريكس في مختلف المجالات بما في ذلك بنك التنمية الجديد وشراكة مجموعة البريكس في شأن الثورة الصناعية الجديدة، والتي تعزز التعاون في مجال التحول الرقمي والتصنيع والإبداع. إن التحديات التي تواجهها اليوم ونواجهها جميعا تتطلب شبكات ثقة وتعاون أقوى وأوسع نطاقا بين أكبر عدد ممكن من الدول، كما تمثل في مواجهة جائحة كوفيد-19 وعواقبها التي أثرت على الانتعاش الاقتصادي للبلدان في جميع أنحاء العالم. ولا بد أن نشيد هنا المجموعة لتضامنها والدعم الذي قدمته لمكافحة الجائحة وآثارها في العديد من دول العالم. إن تنمية مثل هذه الشراكات التعاونية هو مبدأ أساسي في نهج سياستنا الخارجية في مملكة البحرين، وامتدادا طبيعيا لقيم التسامح والحوار والتعايش القديمة في البحرين. ولهذا السبب تقدمت البحرين مؤخرا بطلب للانضمام إلى مجموعة البريكس، ونرحب بقرار توسيع عضوية البريكس خلال هذه القمة، ونبارك للدول التي تم قبول انضمامها للمجموعة، ومن خلال تعميق التعاون بين الدول المتشابهة الفكر على أساس القانون الدولي والاحترام المتبادل والتعددية الأكثر شمولا وفعالية، يصبح بوسعنا تعزيز مصالحنا وتطلعاتنا المشتركة في مختلف المجالات، وأننا نرى منافع محتملة هائلة للعمل معا وتبادل الخبرات وبناء قدراتنا الفردية والجماعية في مجالات مثل التجارة وتقاسم التكنولوجيا والرعاية الصحية والسياحة، وسيمكننا القيام بذلك من تحقيق فوائد ملموسة لجميع بلداننا وشعوبنا، ودفع عجلة الازدهار الاقتصادي وتنمية التعاون الاستراتيجي الذي يتجاوز الحدود الجغرافية. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة، أود التأكيد مجددا على التزام مملكة البحرين الراسخ بتعزيز علاقاتنا مع دول مجموعة البريكس والدول المشاركة في حوار مجموعة البريكس بلس اليوم، كما أؤكد على أننا لا نزال حريصين على المشاركة الفعالة والبناءة في الاجتماعات المقبلة، وأعرب عن ثقتنا بأن هذه القمة ستكون معلما بارزا في تعزيز التعاون الدائم والعملي لصالح العالم أوسع. وفي الختام نتمنى لشعوب الدول المشاركة في هذه القمة ولشعوب العالم أجمع السلام والأمن والنماء والازدهار. شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Sergei Alenik of the Republic of Belarus, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President Ramaphosa, distinguished heads of state and governments, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the President of the Republic of Belarus, His Excellency Alexander Lukashenko, we congratulate the Republic of South Africa on its successful BRICS chairmanship and warm hospitality provided to all of us. Belarus highly appreciates the first-time opportunity to be a part of the BRICS Plus and BRICS outreach dialogues. The historic significance of the 15th BRICS summit and these dialogues is obvious not only for all those present here, but also for the majority of the countries in the world. At the times of global transformation, a key role should be played by the structures that do not multiply the dividing lines, but recognize the shared responsibility for the present and common future of the humanity. It is now more than ever the world needs organizations and platforms which seek ways to improve cooperation, to ensure development, and move forward rather than oppose each other. This is how Belarus sees BRICS. We are impressed by its inclusiveness and focus on common interests, equality, and solidarity of all its members. This is the future we are seeking, whilst the discrimination and neo-colonial approaches should be left in the past. A growing number of countries wishing to join the association is a vivid proof of BRICS' appeal in the region and the world. Belarus is not beyond the pale of this process. Moreover, we maintain a high level of bilateral relations with all the member countries of BRICS. In May this year, President of Belarus officially expressed the intention of our country to join BRICS group. We hope that our application will be favorably considered and accepted. Of course, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the countries which have been approved by BRICS members for the full-fledged membership. We have something to offer, and we are ready to work actively on all issues of its agenda. Belarus supports and generates initiatives aimed at building a more fair and safer world in the global and regional dimensions, and consistently advocates a diversity of ways for countries and people to progress. We are ready to consolidate the efforts and work closely together with the BRICS member countries in these most important areas. We do not pose a threat to anyone and do not generate tension. We advocate peace, creation, and sustainable development. As many of you know, Belarus has been actively involved in peacekeeping efforts in our region for nearly a decade now. Despite an unprecedented illegal pressure my country is facing nowadays, Belarus is strongly committed to the principles of just world order, peaceful coexistence, indivisible security, and mutual respect among all state actors. Belarus is one of the world leaders in exports of IT services per capita. It's a significant producer of engineering, mining, agricultural machinery, chemical and petrochemical products, as well as food. We are a reliable partner for mutual trade and investment for the implementation of joint projects with BRICS members and with all the countries in Africa. We are ready to share our knowledge, and we are rely on joint mutually beneficial work and cooperation. We are ready to make a significant contribution to maintaining international food security, including in the countries participating in today's dialogues. Belarus is one of the world leaders in production of potash fertilizers. Until 2022, our country's share in global potash trade was 20%. Last year, it dropped to 9%. This happened due to illegal restrictions on its transportation imposed by a number of Western countries. As a result, there was a shortage of fertilizers in the world, and their prices went up. In 2022, Belarus' share in the African potash fertilizer market fell from 42% to 3%. As a result, 16% drop in the African grain harvest. In an effort to safeguard our joint interests and to prevent other countries from suffering for the benefit of Western ambitions, we are looking for the new logistics chains to restore fertilizer supplies. However, this requires non-standard solution and new tools. We are ready to look for them together with you, our esteemed partners. We support the aspiration of the Brics countries to expand cooperation in logistics and cross-border e-commerce. Belarus is ready to join the Brics effort to increase mutual payments in national currencies and create common payment instruments. The dominance of the dollar and the euro in international trade is a source of increasing global risk, as the financial policies of their issuers are not credible. Developing countries must be protected against arbitrary action and be able to trade freely. The new BRICS Development Bank and its initiative to finance more projects in local currencies could play a key role in this process. We are interested to kick off the process of joining this young but very promising international financial structure. We are convinced that the solution to the challenges our countries facing nowadays would be facilitated by the combined efforts of various regional formats that have similar goals and approaches. We see such potential for cooperation in the synergy between BRICS, Eurasian Economic Union, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, perhaps other regional formats. We propose to think about the practical implementation of the initiative of the President of the Republic of Belarus to hold a joint summit of these organizations. We also support the initiative to hold the BRICS Sports Games in 2024. If invited, our team will be ready to take part in this significant sports event. Considering current discrimination within international Olympic movement, we believe that all athletes should have the right to show their skills in a fair competition without political speculation. Excellencies, Belarus is confident in the future of BRICS and is ready to work for our common goals and for our common good. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Carlos Pinto Pereira, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Communities of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. You have the floor. And our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Guinea-Bissau. Okay, is the minister not here? Okay, we'll come back if the minister is back in the room. Let me then invite His Excellency Dr. Alfred N. Mutua, Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of Brics, heads of state and government from Africa and the Global South, Excellency Ministers, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. From the outset, allow me to express my utmost appreciation to you, Mr. Chairman, and the Brics leaders for extending an invitation to His Excellency Honorable William Ruto of the Republic of Kenya, who could not be here today, but conveys his best wishes for a successful summit. When the great King Shaka Zulu was expanding his empire from Natal to Bulawayo here in Southern Africa, my ancestors in Kenya were walking long distances to the Indian Ocean coast to bring goods to other traders from the Middle East, Asia, and beyond. The currency of choice then, whether here or the East African coast, was based on what one needed. You exchanged animal hides and got salt, gold, and received silk, ivory in return for spices, among other goods. Today, listening to the discussions here at the BRICS Summit and remembering the way we traded in the currency system, which is pegged against most of us, I tell myself that the issues are no longer about if, but when we will adopt a fairer, predictable, and reasonable way of transacting with each other. My ancestors would be shocked, for example, if they woke up today and found that Kenyans cannot use the Kenya shilling to buy goods in the neighboring beautiful country of Our Excellency Samia Suluhu of the United Republic of Tanzania without using an external currency, resulting in high foreign exchange interest and monies lost. Quite ridiculous, to say the least. Last night, during the colorful cultural performances and dinner hosted by Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of South Africa, he said that our diversity is our greatest strength. This meeting is showing us that our unity, especially the unity of purpose, is the only way forward if we are going to have to change that and be able to benefit from it all. President Lula da Silva, with a Pan-African tone this morning, enumerated the challenges we face in this African continent despite the available opportunities. This has also been echoed very well by the African Union Chair, President Azali Ousmani of the Union of Comoros. They have also stated very well, and many have repeated the same, that what we need is action. Truth be told, for example, many African nations are suffocating in debt that is becoming more difficult to repay. This modern-day slavery of our livelihoods cannot be solved with nice words, but concrete implementation of ideas. The global economy continues to feel the heat from soaring inflation, high cost of debt, and the rising risk of debt distress, slow growth of credit, persistent, disproportionate, and multidimensional impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the disruptions in the supply chain and the effects of climate change. We propose a systematic resolution of the developing country debt overhang rather than case-by-case debt defaults workouts under the G20 common framework. This debt overhang is a big threat to developing countries' ability to finance development. Now, for avoidance of doubt, we are not saying that we want our debts to be forgiven and forgotten or that we do not wish to meet our obligations. What we are saying is that with the effects of COVID, climate change, international geopolitics, it is impossible for many nations to pay their debts and have anything left for development. That is just the truth. A proposal is for the debt repayments to be renegotiated and suspended for a period of time, say 10, 15, or 20 years, so that the monies that are available are used for development. We do not want to keep on borrowing because all the monies we have are tied to debt repayments. We have to break the cycle. After the deferred payment period, nations will have developed their economies to such an extent that paying the debts will be easy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we deeply regret that increased financing gap in developing countries is as a result of an unstable international financial system. Indeed, the unpredictable and insufficient development financing continues to push its economies to the brink. As President Hakainde Hichilema of Zambia put it this morning, the cost of capital has to be addressed. Kenya, like many other developing countries, has consistently expressed concern with the existing world development order characterized by an asymmetrical international financial system that is discriminative to the developing world. There's no vivid example of inequality and discrimination in the world order as an exclusion in the permanent seat of the UN Security Council. Kenya stands with the sentiment expressed by many, including His Excellency the President of Eritrea, Lesotho, Ghana, Malawi, Namibia, Senegal, and others. At the very least, this situation, this status in the UN has to change. There's an urgent need to broaden as well as strengthen the voice and participation of developing countries in the decision-making and global economic governance as well. We do not want to be participants, but also want to be shareholders. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, economic development cannot occur without a stable government. We must all stand together in condemning democratic regimes which usurp the will of the people by overthrowing democratically elected governments, as happened in Niger. We cannot go to an era of coups. Peace, security, and the resultant stability are critical for desired development. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, allow me to inform you that His Excellency President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, in his capacity as the chairperson of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government, extends a warm invitation to the African Climate Summit, which is scheduled to take place from 4th to 6th September 2023 in Nairobi, and collectively champion and chart a sustainable path in the fight against climate change. The Nairobi Summit will not be business as usual, but will be the beginning of a revolution that will change with climate change is managed and funded. We welcome you all. See you in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now invite Her Excellency Ms. Yvette Giuliani Sila, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Madagascar.
Excellences, Monsieur Cyril Ramaphosa, Président de la République d'Afrique du Sud et Président d'exercice des BRICS. Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État des pays du BRICS, Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, honorables délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs. Mes premiers mots s'adressent
my first word addressed to Mr. President, because I would like to express
les profonds regrets de son Excellence Monsieur Ange Rajoelina, président de la République de Madagascar, qui aurait voulu honorer personnellement cet important rendez-vous avec les leaders des BRICS, du BRICS Plus et des chefs d'État de l'Afrique. Permettez-moi ainsi de transmettre ses vœux de plein succès pour les dialogues BRICS-Africa à Outreach, qu'il considère comme une grande opportunité pour manifester notre volonté commune de solidarité, de respect mutuel, de coopération structurée. Je voudrais ensuite remercier le gouvernement et le peuple sud-africain pour l'accueil chaleureux ainsi que l'hospitalité réservée à la délégation malgache et à moi-même depuis notre arrivée à Johannesburg. J'aimerais également saluer le leadership de la République d'Afrique du Sud pour l'organisation réussie de cette rencontre internationale d'envergure à laquelle nous avons le plaisir de prendre part. Ces pays jettent une lumière particulière sur le continent africain et les pays du Sud. À un moment où le monde a besoin de solidarité, d'action collective et de réponses communes face aux défis émergents et partagés. Le thème choisi, d'abord, est un thème pertinent qui répond aux préoccupations du temps présent. Le thème est un thème opportun et porteur puisqu'il reflète nos aspirations ainsi que les résultats voulus et attendus pour une croissance et un développement durable pour tous. Ce thème reflète un souci d'équité face aux inégalités. Ainsi, une croissance accélérée doit être équitablement partagée. Un des défis centraux de l'Afrique est en effet de réduire la pauvreté à grande échelle, transformer les économies du continent en vue de créer plus de richesses. À ce titre, nous, pays africains, nous nous attelons au développement et à la diversification de notre marché pour accroître notre part au commerce international ainsi qu'aux chaînes de valeur mondiales. Et tout cela à travers notamment le projet phare de l'Union africaine, la SBICTZTX. Aujourd'hui, nous célébrons la coopération avec les Brics. Que nous apporte donc cette coopération? La coopération entre l'Afrique et les Brics nous permet de bénéficier d'un soutien technique et financier. Par ailleurs, l'Afrique compte sur l'augmentation de ses échanges commerciaux, des investissements étrangers directs, ainsi que de l'aide publique au développement en provenance de nos partenaires émergents. Pour Madagascar, nous nous réjouissons particulièrement de la coopération entre Madagascar et les pays membres du BRICS dans des domaines clés du développement tels que, entre autres, les infrastructures, l'agriculture, le renforcement de capacités et encore le commerce. L'objectif de Madagascar et l'État malgache est de réaliser les ambitions et les aspirations du peuple, celle de voir Madagascar sur le chemin de l'industrialisation, d'être un pays compétitif et attractif. Dans cette optique, nous avons opéré des réformes porteurs de changement en faveur de mesures incitatives qui ont été initiées en vue d'attirer les investissements massifs sur Madagascar dans tous les domaines du développement, l'agriculture, l'industrie minière, ainsi que la promotion de l'industrialisation, tout cela pour soutenir la création d'emplois et pour apporter de la valeur ajoutée à nos produits. L'Afrique regorge de richesses. L'Afrique possède des ressources inimaginables et inestimables. Les pays du BRICS et les pays du Sud gagneraient donc à travailler étroitement de concert dans une confiance mutuelle. Dans l'industrie minière, par exemple, Madagascar projette de travailler avec les pays de l'Afrique. Tout à l'heure a été évoquée la nécessité de changer de paradigme. Changer de paradigme, c'est oser le changement avec audace. Osons également penser avec audace. En effet, la financiarisation à outrance de l'économie exclut nos sociétés et nos économies de l'économie mondiale. Heureusement que l'Afrique se cherche de nouveaux partenaires pour satisfaire les facteurs clés de réussite dans sa trajectoire dynamique. Ce facteur de réussite, c'est l'accès au financement. L'Afrique gagne en effet à étendre son partenariat avec la nouvelle banque de développement des Brics pour soutenir nos gouvernements dans la mise en œuvre de projets de développement durable, à l'instar des énergies renouvelables, qui représentent pour nous une priorité afin de pallier au faible taux d'accès à l'énergie. Mais nous avons un autre facteur extrêmement important, celui-là. L'Afrique, c'est le continent de la jeunesse. La jeunesse, la plus jeune au monde, se trouve en Afrique. Nos jeunes représentent un bassin de potentiel énorme. Mais elle nous questionne et nous lui devons des réponses. Je voudrais terminer en soulignant que croissance et développement nécessitent paix et sécurité. Je ne reviendrai pas sur ce qui a été dit auparavant. Le multilatéralisme inclusif est un moyen efficace pour parvenir à une paix durable, mais il nous faut aussi unir nos voix pour faire primer le droit international. Nous sommes en train d'écrire une autre page de l'histoire, notamment de l'histoire de l'Afrique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Alan Ganu, Minister of Land Transport and Land Rail, Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Trade of the Republic of Mauritius.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of Brics, Your Excellencies, respected leaders of the Brics, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends. It is a great pleasure and an honor for me to be here today with leaders from Brics and the Global South. I wish at the very outset to convey the warm greetings of Honorable Pravin Kumar Jagnnath, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, who unfortunately could not be present. Let me express also my gratitude to our brother President Ramaphosa for having invited the leaders of our continent to today's dialogues to engage in building mutually beneficial partnerships for a multipolar world. The BRICS outreach to Africa is a significant and milestone initiative because I am sure you will all agree with me that the current global environment often leaves the impression that Africa's realities and issues are not sufficiently being given due attention. We are indeed glad that BRICS have chosen to partner with our countries and have elevated Africa at the very core of their summit. At this juncture, Chair, let me congratulate India for its technological and scientific prowess demonstrated by the successful Chandrayaan mission landing on the moon. I do so, Chair, because it is heartwarming to see that these vibrant economies, which are now driving the world into the future, have faith in partnering with Africa and Africans. Chair, for having established that nationally driven development processes are possible, BRICS provides an inspiration to Africa.
It has created a real impact through its commitment for an equitable international order, enabling the emergence of Global South. In this regard, the Republic of Mauritius looks forward to the complete decolonization of Africa and the eradication of the last vestiges of colonialism. Chair, the wide interest to join Brics, as expressed during our debates since this morning, shows its growing economic and political relevance. And its decision toward expansion, as was announced this morning by the President of South Africa, will instill the organization with more clout. Mr. Chairperson, Excellencies, the presence of Brics alongside Africa is a game changer. It will establish a political and economic architecture conducive to the development of our continent based on a just and an equitable governance system. Developing countries and Brics will focus on issues such as sustainable development, innovation and digital technology, development finance, climate change, peace and security, and the imperative of a multilateral, rules-based world order. This collaboration, Chair, will not only address the complex realities of our continent, but also the multiple challenges of the vulnerable African small island developing states, the SIDS. The Secretary General of the United Nations this morning indicated that SIDS are today facing an existential threat, and this is no exaggeration. Chair, while Africa can look forward to business proposals from Brics, African economies can offer large and affluent markets. Brics can also provide investment finance, which was once the monopoly of the developed world. Mauritius, as the rest of Africa, expects mutually beneficial trade, investment, and economic cooperation. Africa can benefit from the expertise which has propelled Brics' robust economic growth through technology transfer and development policies. As a strong organization promoting diversity and inclusivity and sharing the values of developing countries, Brics has rekindled the hope for a multipolar world. Together, we have the opportunity of reshaping the rules and the global governance structures so that they become more responsive to the aspirations of our countries and peoples. Indeed, Chair, many of the long-standing arrangements which determine trade and development do not adequately serve the interest of developing countries. The international financial system is an obvious example and a clear illustration. Our food security, energy security, and even the security of our people are often the first casualties of international events. Close collaboration with Brics will therefore enable us to collectively chart major decisions in the interest of our welfare and of our common future. Chair, Excellencies, Mauritius believes in regular consultations between Brics and Africa, which will strengthen our partnership and address issues on the global agenda for a better and brighter future. We are confident that the South African chairmanship of the Brics will continue to be the voice of the Global South and promote inclusivity. Let me conclude Chair, by reiterating our deep appreciation to the government of South Africa for its invitation to the summit, for its warm welcome and its hospitality. I have done, Chair, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now take this opportunity to invite His Excellency, Mr. Abzir Omajama, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Somalia, Federal Republic of Somalia. You have the floor.
Your Excellency, honorable delegates of the Brics nations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor to address before you today as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Our journey has been marked by resilience, determination, and the unwavering spirit of our people as we participate in this Brics conference. We are reminded that collaboration and mutual understanding hold the key to forging a brighter future that transcends borders and benefits all humanity. In Somalia, we are gradually transforming the scars of our past into stepping stones towards progress. Our economy is emerging as a beacon of hope, a testament to the boundless potential that resides within each of our nations. Through perseverance and strategic planning, we have cultivated an environment where innovation thrives and opportunities abound for our citizens. This forum provides a fitting platform where nations converge to deliberate, share experience, and forge partnerships. Together, we possess the power to shape policies that prioritize sustainable development, inclusivity, and the eradication of poverty. Your Excellencies, as we navigate the complex web of international relations, let us remain mindful that our shared values and aspirations unite us more closely than our differences may divide us. Our diversity is our strength, and by pooling our expertise, resources, and wisdom, we can tackle the most pressing challenges of our time. From climate change to economic inequality, from technological advancement to public health crisis, our cooperation can be a force for positive change. By building bridges between our nations, we create pathways for cultural exchange, trade, and the exchange of knowledge. It's through this exchange that we learn to appreciate the richness of our differences and to build a world where every voice matters. Your Excellencies, the road ahead is not without obstacles, but we stand united in our commitment to overcoming them. Let us work collaboratively to ensure that our economy becomes an engine of sustainable growth, generating prosperity for our people. Let us strive to create an environment where innovation is nurtured, where the fruits of development are equitably shared, and where no one is left behind. Having said that, I conclude by reminding all of us that as we engage in dialogue and cooperation, Let us be guided by principles of fairness, justice, and compassion. We urge the nations represented here to seize the opportunity to shape a world that reflects the hopes and dreams of every citizen, regardless of their nationality and background. I thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, we are now left with 6 statements. Let me just indicate who they are so we make sure we don't miss anybody. So it will be the Republic of Algeria, Republic of Angola, Republic of Gambia, the State of Kuwait, Republic of Mauritania, and lastly, the Republic of Rwanda. Those are the remaining statements for this afternoon or early evening. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask Minister of Agriculture and Land Reform, Minister Togo Titis, to facilitate the remaining statements. And after that, I will return to close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy President Mashatile, and good evening, ministers and deputy ministers present. I would now like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Finance of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, Mr. Lazil Fayed. Over to you, sir.
سيد الرئيس، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، أيها السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أنقل لكم تحية الأخوية لرئيس الجمهورية الجزائرية السيد عبد المجيد تبون، وأخص بالذكر قادة الدول مجموعة البريكس وعلى رأسهم أخيها رئيس جنوب إفريقيا ماتاميلا سيريل رامافوزا على دعوته الكريمة للمشاركة في هذا المنتدى، حيث تناقش أهم الرهانات العالمية المترابطة وترتسم معالم مستقبل واعد لتعاون وتضامن الدوليين. سيد الرئيس، إن التغيرات المتسارعة التي يشهدها العالم اليوم أفرزت مزيج معقد من التحديات التي يجب التصدي لها ومن الفرص التي ينبغي استغلالها على أمثل وجه. ففيما يخص التحديات فإن العولمة السعيدة كما وصفت أصبحت اليوم في التراجع، وأطر الشركات متعددة الأطراف قد انتبه لانتعاش الأنانيات والتشكيك في الغير والانكماش على الذات، كما بات من الواضح أن السلوكيات الأحادية ومنطق الإملاءات قد فرضت على الدول النامية محل القيم الأساسية للتعاون والشراكة والتضامن. أمام هذه التجاذبات فإن الموضوع الذي قد اختارته رئاسة جنوب إفريقيا لهذا الاجتماع يستوقفنا جميعا ليعبر على ضرورة الملحة لإعادة الترتيب النظام الدولي من منظوم الاستدامة والشمولية من خلال الارتكاز على مبادئ العدالة والإنصاف والتعددية القطبية المتناسقة. إن الجزائر تتقاسم هذه المبادئ الأساسية مع مجموعة البريكس التي تبرز اليوم كمحرك للتغيير الإيجابي في العالم، حيث تشكل مقاربة الشراكات التي تقدمها الدول المجموعات بديلا مجديا للتوترات والانقسامات التي تميز العالم اليوم، وفرصة لبناء نظام دولي منصف ومتعدد الأقطاب قائم على الاحترام المتبادل. إن التاريخ يشهد بأن الجزائر كانت فتريعة الدول التي رفعت من أجل بناء نظام عالمي اقتصادي جديد أكثر عدالة، حيث أقرت بلادي بمناسبة انعقاد الجمعية الرابعة لحركة عدم الانحياز بالجزائر في سبتمبر 1973 بأن جميع وسائل التحكم في الاقتصاد العالمي هي حكر على أقلية من الدول المتقدمة، داعيا بذلك إلى نظام دولي قائم على مبادئ العدالة والإنصاف. وعليه فنحن نرى أن رؤية مجموعة البريكس ما هي إلا امتداد للتصور الذي طالما دفعت عنه الجزائر منذ العقود. سيد الرئيس، إن الجزائر انطلاقا من تطابق وجهات نظرها مع الدول هذه المجموعة هي حيث رؤية استراتيجية ومبادئ الأساسية تقدمت بترشحها للانضمام إليها من منطق إدراكها أن خيار تحالف وتكتل هو خيار سيادي واستراتيجي وتنموي من شأنه أن يشكل لبنة تضاف لأطر التعاون والشراكات القائمة مع مكونات المجتمع الدول الأخرى، إذ أخذت بلادي علما بالقرار الذي أعلن عنه اليوم قادة مجموعة البريكس القاضي بدعوة 6 دول جديدة لعضوية المجموعة كمرحلة الأولى، وتطلعهم لفتح المجال في المستقبل القريب لدول أخرى. فإن قناعتنا تظل راسخة بأن الجزائر بتاريخها المجيد ورصيدها الثري في مختلف المجالات، بالإضافة إلى موقعها الجيوستراتيجي، تقدم في مسعاها لعضوية المزايا الجلية باقتصادها في التنوع والنمو التصاعدي بفضل طاقة شبانية خلاقة وموارد طبيعية وفيرة، وهي كلها عوامل تخلق فرص للتعاون المثمر داخل المجموعة. بالإضافة إلى هذه المؤهلات، فإن تمسك الجزائر بأولوية الحلول السلمية للنزاعات وإيمانها بضرورة تغليب مبدأ الحوار في حل الأزمات والاحترام القانون الدولي والدعم القضايا العادلة يعكس التزامها بتحقيق السلم والاستقرار والعدالة على الصعيد العالمي، كما سيعزز تمثيل إفريقيا في نقاشات العالمية. سيد الرئيس، في الختام بودي أن أؤكد مجددا استعدادنا على العمل مع مجموعة البريكس لتأسيس شراكة متينة ودائمة وفق التصور التكاملي يعزز التعاون جنوب ويوثق روابط الأخوة بين الدول الأعضاء، يكون فيه الاحترام المتبادل القاعدة الأساسية في تفاعلاتنا. أشكركم على كرم الإصغاء، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We'll now move to His Excellency, Mr. Jose Liva-Mosano, the Minister of Economic Coordination of the Republic of Angola. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Sua Excelência, Sr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República da África do Sul, Excelências Chefes de Estado dos Brics, Excelências Chefes de Estado e de Governo, Ministros e representantes de organizações internacionais, altos funcionários e membros do corpo diplomático, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Em nome de Sua Excelência, Sr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola, gostaria de agradecer a Vossa Excelência, Sr. Presidente Cyril Ramaphosa, pelo convite e pela calorosa hospitalidade que nos foi reservada. Compreendemos que a realização deste importante encontro sobre a extensão Brics África e diálogo Brics Plus, que nos coloca reunidos aqui hoje, reconhece a oportunidade para uma cooperação multilateral equilibrada e o fortalecimento de parcerias mutuamente vantajosas entre países e comunidades que perseguem objetivos comuns de desenvolvimento socioeconómico. As diversas crises que vivemos mundialmente neste século deixam a clara importância do desenvolvimento sustentável para o continente africano, que tem perto de 18% da população mundial e onde cerca de 60% tem menos de 25 anos, mas que ainda apresenta níveis elevados de pobreza, não obstante as potencialidades económicas que se reconhecem em cada um dos nossos países. A República de Angola é bem conhecida dos Brics, porque mantém relações diplomáticas e económicas de longa data, que consideramos estratégicas e de imenso valor. Entretanto, para benefício de muitos outros participantes neste evento, e tendo em conta o tempo que me foi atribuído, farei uma breve introdução do nosso país. Angola é o 7º maior país da África, com uma área territorial de 1,2 milhões de quilómetros quadrados, contando com cerca de 34 milhões de habitantes. Pese embora apresentar um PIB anual de cerca de 120 mil milhões de dólares e os inúmeros recursos naturais de que dispõe, Angola enfrenta ainda o desafio da diversificação económica e do crescimento sustentável e inclusivo. Assim, entre outros objetivos, definimos como prioridades o desenvolvimento do capital humano para proporcionar melhores oportunidades de inclusão social e de geração de renda. E temos na segurança alimentar o veículo estruturante de prosperidade nacional. Engajamos-nos na melhoria da nossa infraestrutura de base em todas as dimensões, que também concorre para a dinamização da nossa indústria. Implementamos diversas reformas macroeconómicas nos últimos 5 anos, tornando Angola mais acessível e atrativa ao investimento. São imensas as oportunidades, desde a agricultura à pesca, exploração de madeira, mineração, produção industrial, turismo, banca, seguros, construção, telecomunicações, etc. Mas gostaria de destacar a nossa grande extensão de terras férteis, o clima favorável à agricultura, os muito grandes rios que atravessam o nosso país e que representam uma boa base para o alcance da segurança alimentar com o apoio dos Brics e dos parceiros de cooperação aqui presentes. Por último, mas não menos importante, sublinho que Angola é um país que se mantém firme no compromisso com a paz e com a cooperação internacional, baseada na soberania dos Estados e no respeito mútuo entre nações. Gostaria de terminar esta minha breve nota estendendo um convite para visitarem Angola e explorar as oportunidades que temos para partilhar no espírito da plataforma Brics. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Just to apologize to everyone, my colleagues, that we did not have the translation in Portuguese. Thank you very much. We now move to His Excellency, Mr. Boubacar Osmania Diouf, the Minister of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment of the Republic of the Gambia. Over to you, sir.
Your Excellencies, Heads of State of BRICS countries, Your Excellencies, Heads of State from African countries, Your Excellency, the United Nations Secretary General, Honorable Ministers here present, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and privilege to join the BRICS family as representative of His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, who could not attend the summit due to other domestic commitments. Please allow me on behalf of His Excellency, the President, to thank President Ramaphosa of South Africa for inviting the Gambia to attend the BRICS Africa Outreach and BRICS Plus Dialogue. In addition, I want to take this opportunity to further thank the President of South Africa and the people of South Africa for the hospitality and excellent facilities accorded me and my delegation since my arrival in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. Chairperson, BRICS nations have become a strong engine of South-South cooperation. The most significant outcome of the emergence of BRICS is the shift they've brought to the balance of power in global affairs. The past decade has steadily accelerated commercial and strategic engagements between BRICS and Africa. The BRICS countries constitute Africa's largest trading partners and are home to their newest investors. BRICS has nourished Africa's economic emergence and elevated the continent's contemporary global positioning. A BRICS-Africa partnership would be important for Africa's journey towards structural transformation to achieve green industrialization and to leapfrog towards cleaner technologies. For sustainable and inclusive development, we must pursue a transformational agenda that is aimed at reconciling economic growth with ecological limits and social equity. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, the 15th summit of the BRICS is happening at a time when the world is facing multiple crises ranging from post-COVID-19 pandemic impacts, climate change, to geopolitical crisis with untold suffering for our people, threatening global peace and stability. We must therefore be resolute in confronting this crisis with all our strength and resources at our disposal. As an inclusive formation of developing and emerging economies that are working together, BRICS Africa Partnership would provide a strong foundation for global peace and security. The partnership must focus on addressing the increasing levels of poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment, as they are the biggest challenges facing the African continent for the longest. Africa is at crossroads between fragile economic growth and determination to race towards industrialization. The continent's structural transformation towards more value-added activities and modern jobs is often deflected by a dominant primary extraction sector, and this presents more major challenges. Many of the ingredients needed for structural transformation will also be useful in fighting climate change and charting a course that is aligned with the continent's aspiration for inclusive green growth. BRICS currently plays an increasingly prominent role in world trade, investment, finance, and governance. Globally, you represent more than 40% of the population, 25% of GDP, and 50% of economic growth. BRICS can therefore have a significant impact on the African continent by offering opportunities and alternative pathways for aligning economic growth in adapting similar comprehensive innovation and approaches for economic transformation. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I want to thank President and the people and all those in the BRICS family for inviting us to this very important forum and giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We now move on to accept the statement from His Excellency Mohammed Othman Al-Alban, Minister of Commerce, Industry and State of Youth of the State of Kuwait. Over to you, sir. I don't see anybody taking the platform. Do we have Kuwait in the room? If not, we will come back. But for now, we will move to His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Saleh Abdesalam Ahmed, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
Thank you, Chair. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم.
Peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad.
أود بداية التنبيه إلى أنني سألقي هذه الكلمة
to say that I will address you on behalf of the head of delegation, Mauritanian delegation, Minister Mohammed Saleh, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development. His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to convey to the President of the Republic of South Africa the gratitude of His Excellency President of Mauritania for his gracious invitation and his wishes for the success of this distinguished summit. His Excellency President Mohammed Wuld Sheikh Ghazwani wanted to be here on this territory that occupies a special place in the hearts of Mauritanian, but because of pre-arrangements, he couldn't. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the convening of this summit amidst the crisis in the world, security crisis, economic crisis, is a demonstration for the strong will
لهذه الدول
للعمل مع جميع وخاصة قادة القارة الإفريقية من أجل توطيد السلم والدفع بالتنمية. وفي هذا الإطار فإن قناعتنا في الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية هي أن نجاعة ما يقام به من توحيد الجهود والوسائل لحل النزاعات رهين بالقدرة على بناء نهضة شاملة تأخذ في عين الاعتبار تحديات البطالة والهشاشة والتفاوت والتهميش خاصة ضد المرأة الريفية والتغييرات المناخية. marginalization of women and also the climate change. Your Excellency, President, ladies and gentlemen, security is the responsible for all. And there is no security that could be built on the account of others. And it can't be a sustainable security without the security of all. That's why we are in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. We call in all conflicts to a peaceful solution that is based on the international law and takes in consideration the interests of all parties, and to constitute as a lasting stability and security for to constitute a foundation for the sustainable development. The agenda of sustainable development that was launched by the United Nations in 2015 constitute a reference for us to address all these developmental challenges. In this context,
التي تمثل 25% من الناتج القومي العالمي وبموجب تجربتها الواسعة والمختلفة وقدرتها المالية وخبراتها التكنولوجية المتقدمة أن تلعب دور القارة دور القاطرة لنمو شامل في القارة الإفريقية. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي أيها السادة والسيدات، تتمتع بلادنا بعلاقات مميزة مع كل من كل واحدة من دول المجموعة على حدة، وتتطلع إلى نسج شراكات قوية مع منظمة بريكس والاستفادة من الفرص الاستثمارية الواعدة التي تزخر بها بلادنا. وأذكر هنا على سبيل المثال الحصر الطاقات المتجددة والمعادن والغاز والبترول، فبلادنا ستدخل قريبا نادي الدول المصدرة للغاز والبترول. وفي هذا الصدد ندعو بنك التنمية الجديد إلى الاستفادة من هذه الفرص الاستثمارية وللمساعدة في تمويل البنية التحتية الاقتصادية ومشاريع الخدمات لمواجهة التحديات التنموية والبيئية والأمنية.
and environmental
أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي أيها السادة والسيدات، وهكذا فقد انتهجت الحكومة الموريتانية سياسة متكاملة وشمولية has led an
وتشاركية
inclusive
تهدف إلى ضمان
policy
الاستقرار السياسي والأمني
aimed to
ومحاربة
guarantee
الفقر
the
وتعزيز
security
اللحمة
and fighting
الاجتماعية
poverty
من أجل
and
تنمية مستدامة
enhance the social
وخضراء
cohesion
تؤسس
for a
لتحول
green
بيئي
sustainable
وطاقوي
development
يأخذ
that
بعين الاعتبار
take in
تحديات
consideration
التغيرات المناخية.
the challenges of the climate change.
لقد واكبت هذه الإصلاحات المؤسساتية خلق إطار ملائم للاستثمار وتشجيع مناخ الأعمال ودعم المبادرات الخاصة وإننا لواثقون من أن كل هذه الإصلاحات ستعطي نتائج هامة وقد بدأت بالفعل تؤتي أكلها حيث نعول كثيرا على التعاون مع الدول الشقيقة والصديقة وخاصة مجموعة البريكس. اسمحوا لي قبل أن أختم كلمتي هذه أن أهنئ فخامة الرئيس رامافوزا والحكومة والشعب الجنوب الأفريقيين على عقد هذه القمة الناجحة وعلى جودة تنظيمها وعلى حسن الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة. وأشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. محمد صالح محمد عبد السلام
Mohammed Saleh Abdel Salam, Minister of Sustainable Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now would like to call upon His Excellency Professor Nshuti Manasseh, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Rwanda. Over to you, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa, His Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On behalf of His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, I want to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the people of South Africa for its gracious welcome and for hosting this esteemed gathering. The spirit of hospitality resonates deeply with the spirit of cooperation that unites us as nations working together a bright future. Excellencies, our deliberations today are firmly anchored in the principles of partnership, propelling us towards mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. These principles stand as bedrock of our collective advancement. In these times of intricate global interconnectivity, it's paramount important that we put our efforts to craft comprehensive solutions that effectively tackle our multifaceted challenges we face today. The pressing need for climate ambition serves as an unequivocal reminder that prompt action is imperative to combat climate change. The recovery from COVID-19 pandemic must not be pursued in isolation from a steadfast commitment to environmental sustainability. This juncture presents an opportunity to build our economies with resolute focus on green initiatives. Our investments should center on renewable energy, sustainable infrastructure, and fortification of the resilient communities. Excellencies, when we deliberate on the pivotal subjects, we must not overlook the profound digital divide that persists between our countries in the global landscape. The pandemic has undoubtedly spotlighted the stark inequalities in technology access and internet connectivity. Bridging this digital chasm is a prerequisite step to ensure equitable participation for our nations, particularly those most vulnerable in this digital age. This inclusivity allows the broadening of access to education resources and the benefits to technological advancement. Esteemed leaders, the matter of financing or development remains a pressing concern. The global economic recovery mandates sustainable investments, necessitating collective efforts to establishing financial mechanisms that are not only impartial and transparent, but also responsive to the needs of developing nations. This imperative entails addressing issues ranging from debt relief, sustainable investment, and innovation financial instruments that foster inclusive growth. Excellencies, on the part of African growth, African governments should take responsibility for their internal securities so that we avoid self-inflicted security issues that end up harming our people and also our development in the process. In this case, amid our endeavors, we must remain mindful of the profound contribution of women and girls. Let us acknowledge their pivotal role in the process of the development, and that empowerment of women is an assurance for the full participation of our economic agents in our development agenda. Excellencies, to conclude my remarks, I wish to extend our invitation to all of you to join us in Kigali in June 2024 for the third meeting of the least developed countries, landlocked countries in small island developing states known as Kigali Program Action. Through it, we aim to propel our shared objectives of inclusive global economic recovery and sustainable development. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to check whether His Excellency Mohammed Otam Alaban from the Republic of Kuwait is still here. If not, I would like to thank all of you, Your Excellencies, for the interventions that you have made. And I would like to call upon our Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile, to close the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this session to a close, let me take this opportunity on behalf of our President Cyril Ramaphosa, to express our sincere appreciation for your participation in this dialogue and for answering the call to provide leadership, vision, and hope. We all agree on the need for a fair global system and reform of multilateral institutions. We all agree on the need for a mutual beneficial benefit in our economic relations. We all agree on the need for our countries to be treated with respect in our international relations. Let us move forward united in our effort to address our common global challenges. The geopolitical and economic shift taking place across the world mean that we must be quite intentional about how we move forward. We have always been clear that Brics should champion the core interests of the Global South, especially in overcoming economic, financial, and political marginalization. There is broad consensus on the need for the reform of the architecture of global relations. Without that reform, the vision we set out will not be realized. We need to increase the representation of Africa and the South in all global structures. There should be nothing about us without us. We must continue to champion multilateralism with the United Nations and international law at its core. Actions that seek to limit our policy space, to make us conform to one worldview, to limit our foreign policy independence, or to entrench vested interests are an obstacle to multilateralism. Discriminatory trade barriers, policies, and border adjustment measures must be eliminated. These include punitive measures designed to reduce the competitiveness of countries of the Global South. There must be equal opportunities for Africa and the countries of the Global South to access finance, supply chains, trade and investment opportunities. Africa and the Global South must be fully represented in all management bodies, governing councils, institutions, and structures. There should no longer be job reservations on the basis of one's nationality. The world has changed. Global governments must also change. Let us act now and act together to ensure progress and prosperity for all nations and all peoples. I thank you, Excellencies, and wish you a very good evening. Thank you very much. The session is adjourned. Congratulations. We made a mistake. I could see you are still sitting down. With your support. Yeah, thank you.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you. Hey guys, what's up? Hello everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Share our video. them, you can read, you can sign, and you can share as well. It's very important. So please do that. And I really hope that we're going to be able to get that one Africa in our generation. Yeah, this is the petition. Please do that. Yeah, do that right now. I'm just going to wait for you to do it. And yeah, even the petition itself is reminding me to do it. So yeah, let's do it. I'm going to wait for you to do it. Go and sign the petition. The link is in the comment section, and it's going to be amazing. I'm waiting for 45 people to sign this petition of One Africa right now. Read, sign, and share. Share with everybody. Spread the word. This is, the link is down there. I attached all the way to the top. So please do that. So yeah, so one of our brother here say only 51 watching, such a shame, or people are asleep. Let's hope they wake up soon. Yeah, let's hope for that. Yeah, so guys, the petition is out already. Help us by spreading the word. Let's reach 2,000, and we keep going, we keep moving forward. We're just gonna keep showing you guys. You're not gonna rest until you all do. I do that. It's very important. If you want to know what it's all about, it's One Africa right now. You can read and kind of like understand what it's all about. Read and share as well. We want our people to be united, and the time is now. Yeah. All right, guys. So thank you for doing that, and I want to appreciate everybody who showed up here today. I love you guys, and I'll see you next time. Bye.